Okay, time is 1 o'clock, and we have 3 board members here, and we'll go ahead and begin our board meeting. The CPS Energy Board of Trustees meeting to be held on December 19th, 2022 at 1 p.m. I'd like to call this meeting to order and thank everyone for coming and welcome everyone at this time. Ms. Ramirez, would you please confirm our...
Yes, sir. We have yourself, Trustee Steen, Trustee Romero. We have a quorum, sir.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we have Ms. Melissa Carrillo, Ms. Melissa Cox, do our safety message, invocation, and pledge of allegiance.
Thank you, Chair Dr. Mackey and fellow board members. I will begin with our safety message with a focus on our evacuation procedures so that we are prepared to be safe in the event of an emergency. If you hear the fire alarm, follow the instructions announced through the PA system. If asked to evacuate, use the glass door exiting out of the boardroom to the outside. If the door is blocked, use the back door. Verbally alert others in the room and evacuate. Then move to the main parking lot in front of the building or the AT&T parking lot over the McCullough-Brooklyn bridges. In the event of a situation like this, our security team will be monitoring the situation and will notify the appropriate emergency services and team members. We also have employees nearby who are trained to administer first aid if necessary. Safety is a top priority at CPS Energy, and while we hope this information is never needed, we want to be sure we are always ready. Will you please stand with me for an invocation? We come before you today to give you honor and praise. Thank you for every gift that we have been given. We thank you for the opportunity to come and gather together this day. We ask for your hand of blessing on this meeting of the CPS Energy Board of Trustees. We ask that you guide and direct our meeting so that it is full of wisdom, productivity, and respect for one another. Thank you for helping us to accomplish our work and our goals this day. Amen. Now please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time, I would like for Jessica to come forward for our public comments.
Hi, good afternoon. For this meeting, we've got 20 speakers. Each speaker will have 2 minutes to speak, and Thomas will cue the timer. Our first speaker is Ms. Henrietta LaGrange, followed by Anaqua Garcia.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to be here. And I think most of all, I want to thank Mr. Rudy Garza. I've come to him, I've gave him a scale of his performance on a 0 of 1 to 100. He rates 100 in the community. The community thinks you're doing great. And also maybe at a later time, Mr. Steen, I would certainly like to invite you to lunch and Chairman Mackey at my cost. And if you don't mind, I would like to select the place because my palate only loves fine food. Tuna sandwiches are excellent. But most of all is today, I feel like it's a perfect day to talk about gas. The gas that is produced by CPS Energy is always blue. And I always say it's better than gold. Where's Mr. Lujan? Let me say I have great fun with Mr. Lujan. He's an awesome person. He's always smiling and laughing, and that makes me smile and laugh too. But I will not leave out the female engineers that you have here. And I think they're excellent. I've met them, and let me tell you, I'm not going to use Merriam-Webster's dictionary of four-letter words, pero they're tough, and I like that because that is also a symbol of the freedom that they have to do their work. And why? Is because you board members, you also appreciate the female that work here. And where's Blaze? Don't tell me he called in sick. I didn't see him. Somebody please tell him that I missed him today. Thank you.
Thank you for your input. Our next speaker is Anaqua Garcia, followed by Katie Harvey.
Hello, everyone. My name is Anaqua Orellana Garcia. Good afternoon to the Board of Trustees. And I'm representing Southwest Workers Union, and like many of my colleagues who will be giving public comment as well, I am here to ask CPS Energy to chart a clean energy future for our city. We need more robust efforts with regards to moving away from power generation that endangers our community and the land we occupy. I'm talking about fracked gas and nuclear power. So long as there is nuclear power, there is nuclear war. Not only do polluting power generations harm the people and the planet, they also kill our community. That's why we are calling on CPS Energy to finally give us research and reports back to the community on the environmental health costs of our polluting power plants. Additionally, we must revisit power generation planning every 2 to 3 years so that we can chart our power generation in real time. And lastly, energy conservation, energy efficiency, and weatherization are paramount in the community, especially to the poor and low-income community members struggling to keep the lights on. We have extreme weather coming, and Southwest Workers Union this year helped in the community, 350 households apply for weatherization programs. We did this through block walking, canvassing, and phone banking. And what we learned is that many of our community members, especially our low-income members, do not know that they can even qualify for or apply for weatherization programs. And so this is really something that I think should really be more centered, especially as extreme weather grips our community. It is a difference between life and death. Weatherization saves power, lessens the stress on the grid, and energy efficiency and conservation do as well. And I would like to see CPS Energy continue to put those efforts out in the street as you have been this year. We need a more robust community plan for 2023, and we're happy to help you figure it out. Thank you.
Thank you for your input. Our next speaker is Katie Harvey, followed by John Allman.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mackey, Vice Chair Gonzalez, Trustee Steen, Trustee Romero, Mayor Nierenberg. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on today's agenda regarding the Rate Advisory Committee update. My name is Katie Harvey, and I'm the 2023 Chairman of the San Antonio Chamber of Commerce. I would like to thank the Rate Advisory Committee for their time and effort on the assessment of replacing aging power plants and continuing operation of coal units and the analysis of power generation concepts for planning and population growth. I recommend the RAC's commitment to honoring the plan objectives focused on reliability, flexibility, affordability, local workforce impact, financial stability of CPS Energy, and sustainability. A well-balanced generation portfolio provides affordable and reliable energy to power not only our businesses, but also our homes, and poses little risk to local workforce and economy. I'm here today to recommend and request that the CPS Energy Board of Trustees support the P2 blend, gas, solar, wind, and storage additions. A rapid push to shut down gas and coal plants with a move to all renewable energy too soon could seriously jeopardize the affordability, reliability, and stability of our energy generation, as well as negatively impact our local workforce and our local economy. CPS Energy is vital for our community's continued economic success. The P2 blend energy generation portfolio is the most balanced energy portfolio and supports CPS Energy's efforts to meet the growing needs of our city's energy infrastructure and institute innovation and innovative solutions to meet increasing demands. Thank you very much for your time and for your consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you for your input. Our next speaker is John Allman, followed by Annie Erickson.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Vice Chairwoman, Trustees, Mayor Nirenberg, and City Manager Walsh. My name is John Allman. I'm the CEO of Endeavors. I'd like to start by thanking the Rate Advisory Committee for their time and dedication to assess energy generation needs for the community. As the CEO of an organization that has provided supportive services for vulnerable families and veterans here in San Antonio for over 50 years, I know firsthand how important and appreciated it is for the RAC to focus on plan objectives addressing affordability and the impact on our local workforce. In 2021, we assisted almost 800 veteran households with utility payments, and in 2022, that number has increased to 1,200. We expect that after the rate increase, that number to grow significantly. We recognize the rate increase supports necessary infrastructure investments. That said, the need for affordable and reliable energy is critical for our residential and commercial ratepayers. We believe that communities are only as strong as the way they care and support for their most vulnerable populations. The P2 blend energy generation portfolio is the most balanced energy portfolio and will support CPS Energy in its efforts to maintain an affordable and reliable energy supply for our community. I ask the CPS Energy Board of Trustees to support the P2 blend, gas, solar, wind, and storage additions. Thank you.
Thank you for your input. Our next speaker is Philip Green, followed by Dwayne Wilson.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mackey, Vice Chairwoman Gonzalez, Trustee Steen, Mayor Nirenberg, Trustee Romero, and thank you for the opportunity to comment on today's agenda item regarding the Rate Advisory Committee update. My name is Philip Green, and I'm CEO and Chairman of Frost Bank. It's an institution that's been a part of San Antonio and it's and concerned about its well-being for almost 155 years. And I'd like to start out thanking the Rate Advisory Committee for all the hard work and the time that they put in reviewing the options that are available to the community in the generation portfolio. They're complicated, but you did a good job of making it understandable to the community so that the community can engage. And I believe that when San Antonio engages around facts and issues, we're able to utilize our superpower, which is collaboration. And by being able to understand, we're able to collaborate. I'd like to go on record as saying that I do support the P2 blend. I believe it produces the most reliable, affordable, and stable energy, and that it's the best choice for our economy to grow and attract good jobs for our city, and that benefits all citizens. I think that the P2 is a less risky path, but I believe that it leads to the place where all of us really in this room want to go, and that is a cleaner, sustainable approach to providing power. I believe that there are those who are willing to accept more risk to get there, but I believe that CPS has earned our providing them the grace to utilize the P2 to get there over a period of time. So let's choose to collaborate to get to where we'll all eventually want to get to, which is a cleaner, more sustainable environment. Thank you.
Thank you for your input. Our next speaker is Dwayne Wilson, followed by Dr. Cyrus Reed.
Good afternoon, and good to be back at the helm of the North Chamber after 25 years and a 5-year absence. And the interim CEO while they find a new president of the North Chamber. Chairman Mackey, you have done a remarkable job, you and the rest of the trustees, and Mayor, good to be here. The North San Antonio Chamber and our partners represent over 3,000 businesses. With the metro area projected to top 4 million by 2050, the city's planning, energy, infrastructure, and innovative solutions, the needs must meet the increasing demands. Our chambers continues its cautiously supportive stance of the city's Climate Adaptation and Action Plan, CPAC, that acknowledges the environment and quality of life improvements that have been made over the last 30 years with CPS Energy's help. And as you all know, CPS Energy's current generation plan is well-diverse and a leader in renewable energy generation. We appreciate the Rate Advisory Committee's commitment, along with other experts, to assess, analyze, and research options to replace the aging power systems and offer of power generation concepts, understanding the need to plan for growth while also focusing on objectives that include reliability, flexibility, affordability, sustainability, workforce impact, and CPS financial stability. We also understand the need to move quickly to commit to a generation plan that will help contribute to the sustainability goals. However, any rapid push to shut down gas and coal plants and move to all renewable energy too soon will jeopardize the reliability and have a negative impact on affordability, workforce, and the economy at a time that is difficult for customers. My time is up, but I thank you to the Board of Trustees. Please consider the P2 plan, a blend of gas, solar, wind, and storage additions, and thank you for your service on this board.
Thank you.
Thank you for your input. Our next speaker is Dr. Cyrus Reed, followed by Marina Gonzalez.
Thank you. My name is Cyrus Reed. I'm here on behalf of the Lone Star Chapter of the Sierra Club. I do not live in San Antonio. I live in Austin, but I'm very familiar, having spent a lot of time here on this issue. I first want to thank CPS Energy staff, board, RAC members, but also the community. This has been an issue for the community for many, many, many years. Some of our volunteers have been here a long time and have been advocating for the end of the use of coal. So first thing I'll say is we are in agreement that San Antonio as a city should move beyond coal, and we're glad that there are several paths to go there. The second thing I'll say is take your time. Don't make a decision today. Look at all the facts. You've been given one recommendation, but even within the RAC, there was a variety of opinions on what was the best path forward. So I would urge you to take your time to really look at all the facts. I'm going to agree with some of the previous speakers that closing the coal plant tomorrow and moving all renewables would be not a good idea. We need to take our time and see what the best idea is. We as an organization are more supportive of option 6 or option 3 than we are of 2. But I would also urge you to look at 9, which doesn't lock in gas forever, but has a transition away from gas. That's another thing you can look at. Whatever you do, I'm going to ask you to do 2 things. 1, look at the federal opportunities that are coming down the pike that we feel were not fully analyzed in this analysis, both in terms of direct support for communities, but also for the utility to look into new technologies like geothermal, like storage. So look at those opportunities. Last point I'll make is There were some scenarios run with extra energy efficiency. You've heard me talk about this before. Whatever you do, whatever scenario you take, you can expand energy efficiency and help make the plan less costly and help a lot of people, particularly those working San Antonians who need the help now. So asking you to do those two things, whatever option you choose. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your input. Our next speaker is Marina Gonzalez, followed by Richard Bettis.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mackey and CPS Energy Board Trustees, Mr. Mayor. My name is Marina Gonzalez. I'm the President and CEO of our San Antonio Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. We are comprised of more than 900 members, most of whom are small businesses and locally owned organizations. On behalf of our Hispanic Chamber's more than 900 members, I'm here to express our support for the RAC's recommendation of Portfolio 2, a blend of gas, solar, wind, and storage addition. Portfolio 2 strikes the right balance of reliable and affordable energy with the current technological advancements while also supports the low carbon transitions to meet our City of San Antonio's climate goals with new technologies that are currently being developed today. Our members urge two things: affordability and reliability. Those are our two top priorities. Portfolio 2 is well-balanced power generation portfolio that will increase affordability and reliability while also providing the environmentally responsible power. A rapid push to shut down gas and coal plants too quickly and move to all reliable energy poses a risk to reliability that could negatively impact our workforce and our local economy. Most importantly, it could result in the increased cost for CPS Energy customers. Therefore, on behalf of the San Antonio Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, we support Portfolio 2. We thank you for your service and we wish you happy holidays. Thank you.
Thank you for your input. Our next speaker is Richard Bettis, followed by Reverend David.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mackey and honorable members of the CPS Energy Board of Trustees. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on today's item regarding the Rate Advisory Committee's recommendation on the generation planning process, which will help shape how CPS Energy will power our community into the future. My name is Richard Bettis, President and CEO of the San Antonio Chamber of Commerce. I'm here this afternoon representing the Chamber's 1,650 different business members who together employ 450,000 men and women in San Antonio and in the region to lend our collective support for the Rate Advisory Committee's Portfolio 2 recommendation, a thoughtful blend of gas, solar, wind, and storage, and which also eliminates coal from our generation mix by 2028, upholding the utility's continued emphasis on sustainability. I would like to thank the Rate Advisory Committee for thoroughly assessing options for energy generation for our community. The Chamber has historically advocated for CPS Energy Board of Trustee policies that are well-balanced and that also maintain affordability, reliability, and flexibility to support the utility's efforts to address energy infrastructure needs and the increased demands of our growing city and region. As the nation's largest public power, natural gas, and electric company, the San Antonio business community has prided itself on CPS Energy's ability to provide safe, reliable, and competitively priced rates, and we are convinced that Portfolio 2 investments will continue that long tradition. We believe Portfolio 2 investments are the right mix of generation resources to power San Antonio and our region's future, and therefore ask for your full support of the Rate Advisory Committee's recommendation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your input. Our next speaker is Reverend David, followed by Emma Pabst.
Good afternoon, everyone. On the CPS Board of Trustees, my name is David Archibald. I'm the rector of an Episcopal church in San Antonio, St. Andrews, part of a diocese of about 87 congregations in South Texas. 11 of them are in San Antonio. I'm part of a creation care committee for the diocese and part of a climate reality project chapter here in San Antonio. I want to thank you all because I know simply being a climate activist and saying we need to make changes is very different than actually having to make the changes. So thank you for all your work and for your ability to work for the common good, for the community, and to give up your time. I'd like to speak in favor of portfolio number 9 because it's all about attaining the CAAP, the CAP goals, and the San Antonio Climate Ready Plan. It seems to me that as I read through the reports given today, that the number 2 plan, portfolio number 2, it makes the 2030 goals by about 5%, and it misses the 2040 goals by an enormous amount. And that portfolio number 9 makes the 2030 goals by about 30% and makes the 2040 goals by around 40%. It seems to me that the portfolio number 2, looking far into the future, is unsustainable. It does not meet the goals that we set for Climate Ready SA. And that number 9 does meet the goals. Unsustainable is simply unsustainable. And if we follow number 9, we'll be in line with the COP goals for concluding in 2050 for being carbon net neutral. And just one brief sermon. Well, I should probably stop, 15 seconds to go. But when it comes to sharing the burden, if there are burdens to choose because of the portfolio number 9, my tradition says, bear one another's burdens and you'll fulfill the law of love. Whether it's consumers, energy producers, fuel extractors, everyone shares the same burden together. And we have to do it all together in order to get to a sustainable future. Thanks for your time.
Thank you for your input. Our next speaker is Emma Paps, followed by Isabella Briseño.
Good afternoon, trustees and Chair Mackey. My name is Emma Paps, and I'm a campaign representative with the Sierra Club. Today I'm going to be reading some testimony on behalf of our intern, Cynthia Gonzalez, who recently ended her internship, but prepared testimony for y'all to hear. My name is Cynthia Gonzalez, and I've been an intern for Sierra Club for the past 6 months, working on a petition to close the Spruce coal plant and avoid its conversion to a gas plant. I have to admit, at the start of my internship, I didn't know much about Spruce and the way it was impacting our community, but I did know one thing. I knew that climate change is the major and defining challenge of our time. There is no doubt that the super polluting Spruce coal plant needs to be permanently closed for the well-being and livelihood of San Antonio residents. However, after years of community outcry about Spruce, CPS is now proposing to run the plant on a different dirty fuel, methane gas, putting the lives of San Antonio residents at risk once again. Although it might seem like gas is a better alternative to coal, new evidence suggests that gas is growing so fast globally that the rise in carbon dioxide emissions from gas has eclipsed the decline in emissions from coal. Not only that, but methane leaks have more than 86 times the warming power of carbon dioxide, and as a result, at least 25% of today's global warming is driven by methane. A newly converted gas plant could run for decades more, emitting large amounts of climate-changing pollution and contributing to global warming for up to 50 years. If we want to ensure a future with a healthy and clean environment, we cannot afford a conversion to gas. Although I knew I cared deeply about this issue, petitioning for something you believe in can be scary. But when I went into work with freshly signed and printed petitions, a student immediately came up to me, saw the petition, and found interest in it. She asked me more about it, looked at me with intriguing eyes as I explained, and nodded her head, showing an expression of concern. Without hesitation, she signed the petition, my first signature from a complete stranger. She was so excited to hear about our objective, and she was only the first. Over the past couple weeks, over 300 people have signed the petition. Over 300 people are urging you to do something about Spruce, and over 300 people wish to stop the power plant from being converted to gas. San Antonio can have a bright future with clean air and a healthy environment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your input. Our next speaker is Isabella Briseño, followed by Didi Belmarez.
Good afternoon, Board and Mayor. I'm Isabella Briseño, a ratepayer and a teacher on the South Side. I'm spending a day of my holiday break glad to finally be able to access a board meeting. It should not be so irregular that interested ratepayers have the opportunity to engage in this way. not just CEOs and people from the business community. As the process of determining our energy generation future continues and nears its end, I am filled with mixed feelings. Yes, Spruce will be transitioned away from coal, something that we have been asking for so long. But it's more than likely it will be replaced with fracked gas. This is a one step forward, two step back situation. Increasing our reliance on fracked gas hurts the planet, as fracking for natural gas releases harmful pollutants into the air, and this hurts the pockets of ratepayers, especially our low-income neighbors and marginalized communities. We got a taste of this unreliable fluctuation in prices during Winter Storm Uri. This is laughable, since reliable, renewable energy sources are often written off as options due to cost. But when natural gas is expensive, there's always an excuse. As you plan for the future, do not tie our city to unreliable and expensive energy sources such as fracked gas. And understand that there is no time to waste on this transition away from coal and toward a renewable future. There is no frost bank, no chamber, nothing without a habitable planet. Thank you.
Thank you for your input. Our next speaker is Didi Belmares, followed by Sarah Zimmerman.
Good afternoon, Board. I'm Didi Belmares, Climate Justice Organizer with Public Citizen. Thanks for having us here today. When I was thinking about my comments for last week's RAC meeting and also for today, I did have to stop and think about how far we've come in this resource planning process. And more importantly, that we're finally coming to an end for the Spruce coal plant. I want to recognize the public-facing resource planning process the RAC members helped with. They worked hard. I can say that because I'm part of the RAC. And, they helped, with this process. And CPS Energy's open houses and town halls to engage the public. I know that CPS Energy will continue this trend with engagement. Later in the meeting, you'll hear more about the RAC portfolio recommendation. Along with 3 other RAC members, I voted for Portfolio 6 because we need to chart a path without fossil fuels, and CPS Energy must make good on its commitment to the climate action and adaptation plan. Gas is driving up our utility bills, and gas remains very volatile. The prices of gas remain volatile. I hope the board will consider before voting that there is a tremendous opportunity in the Inflation Reduction Act to help CPS Energy pursue renewable energy resources. Last week, City Council was given an update on the STEP program and the Resiliency, Energy Efficiency, Sustainable Fund during B session. I was very encouraged that the city is focused on securing every IRA dollar possible for the clean energy transition. Here are some of the opportunities for the clean energy transition. Loan programs for utilities to invest in solar, wind, hydro, biomass, or geothermal plus storage. There's the production tax credits, the investment tax credits, the energy infrastructure reinvestment loans from the Department of Energy. There's $4.75 billion in greenhouse gas reduction grants. Please consider all this as y'all move forward on a resource plan. I want to wish everybody happy holidays here in the audience, all the CPS Energy employees who answer all my questions, take my emails, no one more than Rudy Garza. And I also want to thank Ann Kennard, who really helps me a lot, answers my emails, helps me through some things. But hope you all have a safe holiday with your families and a safe new year. And I'll see you next month.
Thank you.
Thank you for your input. Our next speaker is Sarah Zimmerman, followed by Leo Lopez.
Hi, everybody. Excuse me. My name is Sarah Zimmerman. I'm a teacher in SAISD. I'm also a CPS customer. And I'm here to advocate for our city needing clean energy. Fracked gas can't be our future. And I'm frankly really tired of hearing that false dichotomy between reliable or sustainable, affordable or sustainable, because in the end, what is sustainable is what will be affordable. And when I say in the end, I mean in like 20 years when our atmosphere is full of those nasty gases and we're in big, big trouble and it's 120 degrees outside.
So we do have to invest in these things now in order to be safe later. Now, the good news is that the Inflation Reduction Act is a thing that we can use to make those investments now and move away from things like using fracked gas, relying on those unreliable and overpriced gas prices that really screwed us in Winter Storm Uri. And so I really urge you guys to look into the IRA and how we can use it to make this transition that's good for our community, good for my students, good for everybody who's here. I think that's all I have. The only other thing is that this is my first meeting I've been able to come to and give comment at because I work every day 7 to 5. And so there must be another way for these kind of spaces. I know you guys have made some strides in community engagement, but the fact that I was only able to be only able to come here because the kids are off for winter break, and I did hibernate all weekend and am finally allowed to get out here and like talk to people. It shouldn't be that difficult for working folks to come to these meetings. It shouldn't be 11 CEOs and then some teachers because it's break. We really need to find a way to make this accessible for all kinds of working class folks who live in San Antonio, not just the people who can take a lunch break at 1 o'clock on a Monday. Y'all have a wonderful holiday. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your input. Our next speaker is Leo Lopez, followed by Alan Montemayor.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Leo Lopez. I am the Environmental Justice Organizer with Southwest Workers Union. And I would like to say that whatever direction y'all take in generation planning, that I hope you take the most equitable approach, because I feel that we have to take our most vulnerable members of the community into account. And with that being said, I hope that you do have a more robust approach to the customer assistance programs and to try and avoid disconnections in the coming future. Because I know, given that we're facing extreme weather soon, some folks in lower income housing are more like, it's more likely that they will have higher rates to pay because of the lack of weatherization in their homes. And I hope that you do take that into account so that they don't get put in harm's way. I'm so sorry, very nervous. I don't really speak. Also, yeah, I think that's pretty much all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your input. Our next speaker is Alan Montemayor, followed by Terry Burns.
Hello, I'm Alan Montemayor, Chairman of the Alamo Group of the Sierra Club. Once again, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. I do not take it for granted. I was at the Iraq meeting last week, and it looks like they're going to be moving towards option 2, the natural gas option. I wanted to say that in the final analysis, it's really going to be the economics that drive what your generation fuels are going to be. Obviously, renewables keep getting cheaper. Coal, oil, and natural gas keep getting more expensive. There's been some interesting news this week out of the oil patch that you might want to factor into your decision. And that is that in the fracked gas arena, the measure they use for the efficiency of the entire process is the amount of gas produced per linear foot of well drilled. That has peaked. It is now going down, which means that gas is going to be getting more expensive. Some of these shale gas, these fracked gas plays are going to be becoming uneconomical, and the price of natural gas is going to continue to go up, not just for those geological reasons, but also for the world situation that we're in. So what I'm asking you guys to do is not lock us into natural gas, as you did with coal, and now we're in the dire position of we've got to pay off the huge amount of money that we have invested in coal. So if you are going to use natural gas, ask for cleaner natural gas with less leakage. If you can put that in your supply contracts, please do so. Keep the options open for increased renewables, energy conservation, grid-scale energy storage, a big game changer that's coming. I know that Rudy is aware of this all. Revisit your generation choices periodically, as I'm sure you will be doing based on economics, et cetera. Move towards EVs, particularly in the CPS fleet, and incentivize that increasingly. Bring in a renewable energy project at the H2 Oaks facility. Consider time of use rates. end rebates for natural gas. And once again, thank you for the opportunity to speaking with you, and keep up the good work.
Thank you for your input. The last speaker will be Terry Burns.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. My name is Dr. Terry Burns of Sierra Club also. And as you know, I've been very critical of this board and your former CEO over the years. At this time, I want to express my thanks and gratitude to Rudy and Dr. Mackey for a real enormous change of leadership at CPS. I think things are much better, much more transparent, welcoming. You're listening. And I want to thank the mayor for your leadership in getting us a rate advisory committee established and opening up CPS to this kind of transparency and public engagement, which I hope will continue in the future. I hope this is the beginning of a process that is regular and repeated, ongoing every couple of years, in order to improve CPS and the community together. We do better working together. And I want to thank Mr. Williams for his excellent leadership of the Rate Advisory Committee. I've paid close attention to what's been going on. And I know it's been a lot of hard work, but they've done a good job. I don't agree with the choice of P2. It's curious, all the comments I hear in favor of it, which discount the studies that were actually done by CRA and show that P9 is actually cheaper, more reliable, et cetera. But be that as it may, that was the decision. You'll hopefully make your own decision. And I respect that. I think that next time the committee will do better. And in the meantime, I urge you, if you're going to, thank goodness you're finally closing the coal plant. That's an enormous step forward for our air quality and our health. So praise be to all of you. And in terms of buying future more and more methane, please insert language about clean source, that is to say low leakage, low burning gas. Europeans are buying our Texas gas that way right now. There's no reason we can't do the same. And also, please look at STEP again and do the enhanced, because CRA clearly shows it's cost effective. Thank you.
Thank you for your input, and that was our last registered speaker, so I'll turn the meeting back to you, Dr. Mackey.
At this time, we'll move on to item number 4, Chair's remarks. And I'd like to start my remarks off talking about the balance sheets, the 3 primary sections of the balance sheet, the assets, liability, and the capital of this. But I want to kind of lead us a little bit in talking about back in March 11, 2020, we had a statement from the CPS Energy update regarding CPS Energy stands ready to help any customer in need. Our people first philosophy is about being there for our customers when they need us. To support all our customers in partnership with San Antonio Mayor and City Council as listed below, effective immediately, we will suspend energy disconnect while our community band together to find our path forward. Now it's time to move forward. Then we went on to April 27, 2020, at our regular board meeting. We ratified that resolution to waive late fees. Then, when I go back and look at the minutes, we discussed that the disconnect suspension will be continued for a minimum of 30 days after the community has been reopened. The customers to call and arrange payment options to avoid disconnects once the moratorium ended. Then we had informed the CEO informed the board about upcoming meetings with the credit rating agency. Regarding, in the minutes too, regarding the resolution to waive late fees, the CEO reminded the board that in response to the economic pressure caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, CPS Energy quickly suspended disconnect for customers on payment plans. Suspended disconnects for customers on payment plans. The board is being asked to ratify the waivers of late fee, which represent less than 1% of the total revenue. Then we go to talk about debt ratio. in the same meeting. However, we did do a resolution ratifying waivers of late fees, whereas in consideration of the challenging facing our community caused by COVID-19 and the economic pressures that are related to the ongoing and involving shelter at home and social distancing community directive, CPS Energy quickly announced public a helpful plan to temporarily suspend its process of disconnecting the electric and gas service of customers who cannot pay all or part of the utilities bills. And it talks about payment plan. In this, it talks about not disconnecting in December and a couple of summer months. Talked about 7.5 million annually through late payment fees. We waived that. Then, therefore, the ending of that is therefore be resolved that the CPS Energy Board of Trustees hereby confirm and ratify the waivers of late fees as contained in current CPS Energy tariff for customers who make timely payments as part of the payment plan establishing during the period of suspended disconnect that is currently in place due to COVID-19. Then we went on to this. In May of 21, the City Council approved a resolution, temporarily suspended its process of disconnecting the electric and gas of customers who cannot pay all or part of their bill. Therefore, it brings me to a resolution. I visited with the city staff here last week, not city staff, the CPS city staff, and we developed a resolution. Remember, the first resolution in 2020 in March was to suspend disconnection. Now, this resolution supporting CPS Energy plan to mitigate customers' debt. Whereas CPS is a municipal-owned utility and proud community partners to the city of San Antonio and surrounding community. Whereas a unique benefit of public power is the help and support of CPS Energy provide to our community and in its greatest times of need. We did that. March 11, 2020, CPS temporarily suspended services disconnect for customers during the COVID-19 pandemic. Whereas on April 27, 2020, this board of trustees unanimously passed a resolution confirming and ratifying the waiver of late fee for customers who make timely payment as part of a payment plan established during the period of the suspension disconnect. Whereas on May 21st, 2020, the San Antonio City Council unanimously passed an ordinance authorizing and ratifying the waiver of late fees for customers participating in deferred payment plan. Whereas CPS Energy increases effort to connect customers to assistance, including to the Residential Assistance Partnership. That's the REAP program, working with the City of San Antonio and other partners. Whereas CPS Energy also began unprecedented efforts to connect with customers, including adjusting customer service center hours, increasing outreach efforts, and enrolling customers in eligibility payment plan. Whereas in July 2021, CPS Energy announced it will resume service disconnect starting in September 2021 with large commercial customers in October 2021 with small commercials and residential customers. Whereas in January 22nd, late fees were reinstated for all customers. Whereas although CPS Energy has resumed service disconnection and the application of late fees, and the spring and summer months of 2022 saw record-breaking heat, increased natural gas prices due to global pressure, while increased the amount of past due receivables and limited number of disconnects. Whereas CPS Energy management and staff have continuously kept this board of trustees informed of our involving and increasing efforts to mitigate and address past due counts while still supporting our customers in need. Whereas CPS Energy core values are accountability, safety, well-being, integrity, transparency, excellence, and achieving our mission as one team. Whereas keeping with our core value, CPS management and staff provided this Board of Trustees with an updated comprehensive plan to address past due balances. That has truly happened. Now, therefore, be it resolved, CPS Energy trustee confirm and support this comprehensive plan. Be it further resolved, CPS Energy Board of Trustees hereby directs CPS Energy to provide this Board of Trustees a quarterly update on the effects of this comprehensive plan in addressing past due account. Even though we're going to continue to discuss this in item number 7, the reason I read this, because there's been sequence of order that we've been through March of 2020 to where we are today, and we have not passed another resolution after we suspended it of what we're going to do now. We depended on our management team, which has done a great job in trying to do this and different things that come up. Now we have to talk about what are our next steps, because when we go to receivable far exceed the norms. When I looked at this and I met with the staff here last week, I'm looking at people 271 days over, people 150,000 up to 100,000, of 181 to 270,000, $150 million, 91 to 180 days, 200,000 from 61 to 20 million from 61 to 90 days, and the numbers are going up. And when this item comes, this is why I'm leading this up to this item number 7. When we talk about it, I have some concerns. We talk about balance sheets, and I would like to make a recommendation to the board and to open up a discussion of what we need to do to rectify this situation and how we're going to proceed, move forward. This time, I would like my colleagues, Dr. Romero, to make a comment.
Thank you. We weren't quite sure where to put this. I wanted to do a brief commercial for the CPS Home Energy Assessment Program. I had this program conducted at my home last week, and I wanted to call out the 4 people that were there. Ana Lozano, Nick Cooper from CPS Energy, and Ace Sanchez and Damon Smith from Clear Result, the partner in this program. It's really a wonderful program, and I want to let the community know that it's available. It is no charge. If you Google Home Energy Assessment, CPS Energy, you will find it. You have to wait a little while for them to come to your home, but they come to your home, they stay there for about 2 hours, and they do a really in-depth look at your home. They will go everywhere, so be prepared. They don't just look around the perimeter. We invested in a pretty expensive HVAC system. The technicians looked at it, the city inspected it a couple times, more technicians looked at it, we thought it was working fine. They went up in the attic and they found a problem, a minor problem that's a real quick fix. They were the first people that ever noticed it. And they provided pictures so that we can have somebody come in and fix it for us. And I also asked them a million questions about, what if I said, I can't afford to do this? And they said, there's numerous programs we can help to get you set up with that will help you with this. They ran some efficiency reports on our solar system. Everything they did, I asked them, are you doing this for me because I'm a trustee, or would you do this for everybody? And they said, we do this for everybody. I have a lot of new LED light bulbs in my house because they explained that they're not all ugly looking. They really just explained a lot of things. And it was just amazing having people come to your home who are not there to try and sell you something. So I learned a whole lot. So again, I just want to encourage everybody. I also asked them if this was okay because I didn't want them to get a huge rush. And they said, that's okay, we really want that. So again, it's CPS Home Energy Assessment. And I want to thank the team for coming to my home and being so respectful and so educational. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Romero. At this time, item number 5, the CEO's report.
Well, good afternoon, trustees, and happy holidays. I hope everybody's getting ready for a peaceful and blessed holiday season. I want to start off today by acknowledging that December 27th is the anniversary of Trustee Steen's 29th birthday. So, Mr. Steen, happy birthday. I know you've got a birthday coming up, and we've got some treats here to recognize that we're right in advance of an important day for you. So happy birthday on behalf of CPS Energy, sir. Today, I'm going to hit a number of timely items that actually a number of which came up today that are all kind of leading us in the direction of making some pretty significant decisions coming up here. I also want to talk about the cold weather prep and the holiday forecast, and we'll have our new meteorologist, Chief Meteorologist Brian Alonso, come up and give you a look into what to expect this week. Go to the next slide. So, for all my friends in the environmental community who've talked about the opportunities of the Inflation Reduction Act, we actually went up to D.C. last week. I was invited by our city manager, Eric Walsh, to join him to go visit with some experts on the opportunities of the IRA. We got a really good education up there in a quick one-day trip. And really, this is a construct of what we believe the opportunities for CPS Energy to be. It really is around technology. Obviously, climate transformation has a very big role in the IRA, how we transform the grid to be more resilient and include technology such as energy storage, and then ownership. The IRA includes provisions that will allow us to own renewable projects in the future. We have typically done those through PPAs with third parties. Now there's a financial benefit for public entities to own their own generation. It's something we've been working on for 15, 20 years up at the federal level. And you will see CPS Energy owning their own project in the near future. And I want to congratulate Kathy Garcia and our policy team for their work in this regard. So I feel we actually got feedback. Jonathan Tijerina, I don't know if Jonathan's here. Jonathan and Kathy really are leading this initiative on behalf of CPS Energy for us. We were told by the folks we visited with up in D.C. that CPS Energy's way ahead of the game in terms of utility understanding of the IRA, and I wanted to make sure the board knew that we were fully engaged and looking for every opportunity that is available to us that makes sense for San Antonio. Next slide. We hosted a delegation meeting at the state level last week as well to really talk about what we expect to be a heavy energy session of the legislature this coming legislative session. I can report that I believe the San Antonio delegation, both Republican and Democrat, is as resolute in their desire to ensure that we're successful this coming session. The collaboration that you see across the party lines here in San Antonio, I think, is much different than other communities. And I want to thank, there were, I believe, 10 of 14 delegation offices were there, and there were the other couple that weren't there were represented. So I want to thank the members for showing up, giving us an hour and a half of their time, and really talking through what we believe are going to be our priority issues for the upcoming session. Next slide. You will hear a presentation today led by Kathy Garcia, along with Benny and the team. And we've got a lot of folks who've worked really hard on this generation planning process. But one of the things that you will always expect out of me that I will deliver on in every major policy decision is that we're going to do the work to be able to come to this board and say we did everything we could to reach out to the community. And we did a lot of new things this particular process. Of course, I want to thank the RAC for all of their efforts. That it is a really technical and difficult process to dig into the modeling that we do to make these decisions. The RAC did that, and I want to thank Reed Williams, our chair. I want to thank Dr. Cantu, our vice chair, of course, Dr. Romero and Janie, our vice chair, who started the process for us. We did the work that you asked us to do. And, we did new things like hosting open houses in the morning and the evenings for anybody who wanted to come in and learn more about the process. We made we had an entire team of CPS Energy employees available to them. And I'm really proud of the work that we've done to engage the community on this process. And this is just really a cross-section of all the things that we've done and all the touch points that we believe we've been able to achieve through this process. Next slide. Okay, so we've had a number of recognitions of our electric distribution rodeo team. Today, we're going to recognize our gas rodeo team. Utility locates are some of the most important things that we do in the community to ensure public safety on the gas side of our, go ahead and come on up, Richard and team. These are the members of our locate team that help us ensure that we're getting out ahead of the development so that customers aren't digging into our gas system. They competed in a rodeo and represented us well. And I wanted to bring them up here, tell you thank you on behalf of the CPS Energy leadership team, recognize you in front of the board, and we'll get a good picture taken here. So congratulations, and we look forward to you competing next year. All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Next, I've got another recognition because this is a strategic recognition. This year, we've spent a lot of time talking about safety culture, and it's been probably 5 years. We set really strict safety goals for the company because we want our employees to go home in the manner in which they get to work. This year, we have really canvassed the organization to start conversations about safety culture. Our teams in the field ultimately own the expectations on safety of each other. And so today, I wanted to recognize one aspect of our safety team, our supply chain team, specifically our warehouse partners. The warehouse environment, if you've never been out to one of our service centers, there are plenty of safety opportunities out there. We're driving forklifts around, we're moving equipment, loading trucks up, and there are very active environments full of safety, safety opportunities. This year, we've gone a full year with no safety incidents on behalf of in our warehouse environments, and that happens because of you all and the work that you do each and every day. So if the trustees will join me, I want to give a round of applause to our warehouse partners for excellent, excellent work. Yeah. Congratulations, thank you, and keep setting the example out there. Okay, finally, this week is really the first pretty significant cold snap that we've seen this winter season. I want to reassure our community, I want to reassure our board members that CPS Energy has done the work to get our plants ready to go. We've got one more unit, Spruce 2, that we're hoping to get back online Wednesday. But as of today, we've got 92% of our capacity available and ready to go, and with Spruce 2, we'd have it all. And I also want to compliment the work that ERCOT and the Public Utility Commission at state level have done. With Pablo Vegas, the new ERCOT CEO coming in, he and I are very good friends. I've known him a long time. They have really improved the manner in which they're communicating with the public, and I want to publicly recognize Pablo and his leadership. That happens because leaders make it a priority to communicate, and he's done a good job, with the work he's done. And ERCOT has assured the community as well. They will issue an advisory, as they do every time that we have weather, so that folks are engaged and paying attention to the conditions at the state level. We are expecting to have plenty of resources for this winter for this particular event. But again, I wanted to cover this to ensure that the community knows that we've done what we need to do to be ready. And I want to invite Brian up to talk a little bit about what the community can expect in terms of experiences. This is going to be a dry cold, which is much better than a wet cold. And so, Brian, why don't you come up and talk to us about what you know?
Good afternoon, everybody, and it's a pleasure to talk with you. The last time I did talk to you I gave you the winter outlook, and in that outlook, we were talking about how we were going to be expecting below normal precipitation and above normal temperatures. But one important takeaway that I had for all of you was that there was still the possibility that we could still see the potential for winter cold temperatures. And here we are. So here's what our forecast looks like. We're going to be expecting an Arctic cold front to be arriving as we head into Thursday afternoon here, around 2, 3 o'clock. That's when we're expecting this front to be moving on through. But we're going to be expecting temperatures to be on the coolish side, even mild by some standards. 68 degrees is what we're forecasting for a high. But we're going to start to see those temperatures drop off significantly as this front moves on through. And at the same time, we're going to also notice those winds increasing to anywhere from 25 to 35 miles an hour, but some of those gusts getting up to almost close to 40 miles an hour. So what's going to happen then, we're going to continue to expect our temperatures to be falling. We're going to be expecting those temperatures to get right around 17 on Friday morning. Now, Friday morning, right around 6 o'clock, we could see those wind chill temperatures also in the single digits. So it is going to be brutally cold, and it's still going to be windy. And temperatures are going to struggle to even barely get above freezing. So we're going to continue to expect a long duration type of cold event. Now, eventually, as we get into the upcoming Christmas weekend, we are going to see those temperatures fluctuate a little bit. We'll still expect some hard freezes as we go through Saturday and even on Christmas Day on Sunday, but high temperatures are expected to get above freezing. And it's not until later on, and as we get into Tuesday off this graphic here, when we'll start to see those temperatures getting back into the 60s. But yeah, it looks like we're going to see these cold temperatures lasting. And as Rudy has just mentioned, most importantly, we are not expecting any winter precipitation, so that's definitely some good news.
Thank you, Brian. I want to just remind the board, we got two things going on here with the cold weather coming. Anytime it gets down to this level of temperatures, we will suspend disconnects, during the extreme cold. We're also saddled around the holidays, so we will likely stop disconnects on Thursday and would resume again probably the 27th, after Christmas, assuming that the temperatures come back up. So these are the times where, because of safety reasons, we do stop disconnects. So I just wanted to remind the board of that. And that's all I have today. Thank you.
Yes, Mayor.
Just a quick follow-up on that. Rudy, are we hearing anything from ERCOT related to the cold snap this week?
ERCOT has issued an OCN, sir, that basically is an advisory for cold weather. They've also said that, we have the resources to meet the expected demand, so we haven't seen any, red flags out of ERCOT that suggest there's a reason to be concerned.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Steen?
So, Mr. Garza, we're about to move into some other items on the agenda, but what I wanted to ask you about, this will be the second meeting, and the last meeting we had was November 29th. Am I right about that? And where we don't have, we're not dealing with current numbers in terms of what we as board members got. So, for example, I'm interested in the bad debt situation, and I understand that the best numbers we now have are as of October 31st.
That's right.
All right, and so I wanted to ask you, and this is, it's happened a lot where we're getting all this financial information at the very last minute before the board meetings. It's hard sometimes for a diligent board member to review it all because we're getting it so late. So what is the reason that it's so late? And is it something that you can solve by just putting more people on it, or is it intractable, or tell me about it?
The reason that you get them late is because it takes everything we have, usually takes about 20 days, give or take, to close the books from 1 month to the next. In most organizations, it's 30 days. So, I mean, most organizations I've been, you're always probably looking at at least 30-day old information. So I think the fact that we're getting you most months we're getting you last month's information. This is an early board meeting because of the holidays, but our goal is to always get the information out as timely as we possibly can. Our goal is at least by the Friday before to get you financials so you have the weekend to look them over. But again, it is not out of the ordinary for organizations to take 30 days from one month to the next to close their books.
But, and I won't belabor it, but you can't resolve that by putting more people on
Not
it?
a people issue, sir. It's just a system. The closing, it's a process that involves, our computer systems to actually reconcile, the books and develop the reports that we then, get people to, to manipulate. So that's the issue. It's not a people issue. It's a closing of the books and the system issue.
Okay, so just one more. So we're 3 weeks now from the end of last month. and
The 19th. As I said, usually it's a 20-day process.
Right.
So
But
it's early.
But do you have any of the numbers now?
No, sir.
None of them?
No, sir. As soon as the information's available, we'll get it out to the board.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, at this time, we want to move to item number 7, monthly performance update and resolution supporting CPS Energy plan to mitigate customer debt.
Thank you, everyone. So as a follow-up to last month's board meeting, and because it is, we don't quite have the final November numbers available, we are coming back at the chair's request to talk through our plan and the information related to the actions that we're taking. And as soon as we do have the final numbers ready from an accounts receivable, as well as from a financial standpoint, we will make sure that we get that over to the board members. So as we talked about last month, we have seen this trend continue to grow. And this is the same slide that y'all saw last month. The only thing that's different is we called out how much that past due amount is as of some different points along the way. So in January 2019, which was pre-pandemic, it was kind of pretty standard. We were looking at about $31 million of past due accounts. As of the March 2020, whenever we did suspend disconnections, we were looking about $36 million. But at this point, we are, as of the end of October, up to $207.6 million. And the way that breaks down is $46 million is inactive. So the majority, the inactives are accounts that have been disconnected or people have moved out and closed their account and they still owe us. And most of the times that's what will translate into the true bad debt. And then we have $162 million, that is the past due amount for active customers, which is where our collection activities are truly focused on. And kind of going to that, what we committed to doing in terms of the receivables and collection activities, these are the key results that we have. And I know there's some questions about, do we do targeted outreach? Is it for residential, commercial? You can see here we have about 1,200 managed accounts that we reach out to support customers. Those are for low-income customers, critical care customers, as well as for small, medium businesses. On top of that, we have about 250 large and managed accounts where we have someone that works and manages their accounts. But in total, kind of that, the $207 million that I mentioned before, one thing I wanted to call out is through all of the outreach and all of the efforts that we've been doing, as of the end of October, we had about $77 million in installment plans. The average length of those installment plans are 26 months. So as we think about how we're going to see that money come back, we know that of that $77 million, that's been committed to in terms of installment plans from customers. We see about a 50% success rate for those installment plans. So either those customers fail off of the installment plan and they go back into the collections process up into including disconnection, or they sign up for a new installment plan. And then on the next slide, this is really just breaking out what I had talked about last month in terms of all of the activities that we're doing. So what you see up there, the return to pre-pandemic collection activities, those were all of the steps we were doing before the pandemic. And then what you see here listed is all the additional activities that our teams have been taking on. One thing I want to call out is, as part of the increased collections and disconnections, that we are seeing an increased level of theft of service. So if we're not able to get with those customers in advance to get them set up for support, we do run a risk of having bad actors out there who put themselves at risk. And in those cases, we do work with SAPD and work at prosecution of those customers. So that's something we are now starting to see an increase of and making sure that we investigate. Another thing I want to call out is the expanding our communication strategy. If you go on today, I think I've seen a couple screenshots where people have reached out to me where they're reading articles online, and as they do, they're seeing an article at the very top, an alert at the very top that says, CPS Energy, if you need assistance, we can help. And then there's another button on the side. So we're continuing with targeted and direct communication and outreach and trying to capture attention as much as we can. But part of that is we know that not everybody has access to digital communication means. So we're also putting boots on the ground like we've been doing all year long. We've done over close to 70 communities that we've gone out to the neighborhoods, literally putting door hangers out there, knocking on the doors, letting them know we're here. And we're doing that to businesses as well. We're continuing to be as compassionate as we can, but also make sure that customers know that there's assistance out there. And, I'll give you one example. I know that we've gotten questions before as to, well, why haven't people called you back? Are they just not paying? And there was one customer that we reached out to, and the employee on our community engagement team, her name's Lisa Lopez. And so as Lisa was calling out to the customer said, oh, I know this is a scam because they're using a 90s band name. So they just completely ignored our outreach and didn't pay attention to anything. Unfortunately, this customer was close to $10,000 past due. And we knocked on the door, and the account unfortunately had to get disconnected. Whenever they reconnected, our crew member went out to meet with the customer, and as part of that, we found out he was a veteran. We were able to connect him with veteran services and cover, I think, close to $9,000 in past due amount, and he covered, I think, the remaining amount. So it's everything from the digital marketing to literally calling and knocking on customers' doors. And we're continuing to do that through the holidays. We invite you to come to any of our events. Our employees really are taking a big hit. They're taking some pretty difficult conversations over especially right now with the holidays, and they're trying to do everything they can to do the right thing for our company and to do the right thing for our customers. And so one of the biggest things that we've also added to the process, I actually got a phone call from our one of our consulting companies, and they said, hey, we're getting a lot of utilities that are really struggling with this, and they're concerned going into the winter what it's going to look like for their receivables. Would you be willing to host a forum? Absolutely. So we are now working with one of our consultants, our benchmarking consultant, First Quartile, and we will be hosting utility forum for any utility across the nation that wants to come together and talk about the challenges that all of us are experiencing.
Sorry, I'm still not sure about that.
Sorry, he doesn't know about it. But I'll send her an email. But ultimately, we want to be, if there is some place that you want for us to be from in the community standpoint, another tactic that we can leverage, our teams are open to it. We're trying to do as much as we can, leveraging consultants, leveraging data, leveraging tools, and help get our customers back on track, as well as help get our finances back on track. And with that, I'll hand it over to Chad.
Thank you, Deanna. Good afternoon, trustees. My name is Chad Hoopengarner. I'm Vice President of Financial Planning. I work with Corey Kuczynski, who is on a well-deserved vacation. He asked me to come in and contextualize our performance a little bit more for you. As y'all discussed a few minutes ago, we will have our standard financial pack, our financial reporting available for you here within a couple of weeks. By the end of December, you'll get that via email. So these are numbers from the end of October, same numbers that you saw. In short, I wanted to tell you, my view of our financial performance is it's acceptable, and there are risks. We've known about the risks all year long. We've been talking about the risks all year long. We're doing the best we can to mitigate, the implications of those risks. The more nuanced answer can be seen in our metrics. And the first two really work together, the debt service coverage and the debt capitalization ratio. So debt capitalization it's the percentage of our capital structure that's comprised of debt. Now, the rating agencies want you to be around 60%, but that's their guidance. They want you to be around 60%. Our target this year was 61.66%, and we're forecasting that we'll come in line right with that target. Now that target, 61.66, that's above the rating agency threshold. How do we feel about that? Well, they want us to be around 60%. When we take a look at our capital structure as we forecast into the year, we take a look at our capital plan, our expected capital plan, and the extent to which we'll fund that with debt or cash, and we project where we think it will end up. And this year it was 61.66%. So yes, it's above 60%. Does that matter? Well, it's just like if we were to go get a loan for a car or a house. The bank is going to look at your entire financial situation. And so one of the other aspects they look at is debt service coverage. If we're going to have a debt cap ratio that's a little bit higher than 60%, they want confidence that we're going to be able to pay for that debt. Okay, so our ability to cover the debt service costs in a year is the debt service coverage ratio, right? That one we are well above the rating agency threshold. We're well above our plan for the year. So if you take the two of those together, it really contextualizes that performance. The third piece is where there's risk. Right now, that's days cash on hand. We're projecting 160 for the end of the year. That's above the rating agency thresholds of 150. It is below our pretty aggressive internal target of 170. That's where the risk is, okay? And if you read the rating agency reports that we sent you about, 4 or 6 weeks ago prior to the remarketing that we did in November, the rating agencies are very clear about what they see as risk. For days cash on hand, it's delinquent accounts. It's our ability to collect cash from customers and the implications that may have on the affordability of the bills and the implications that may have on our ability to go receive rate relief when we ask for it from our community. So the biggest element in mitigating that risk is having a plan and communicating that plan. We are meeting with the rating agencies like we do every year here in January. And that is our opportunity to tell our story of the financial performance as we see it. What we will tell them is not new. They will hear a similar story from many, many, many utilities across the country. In fact, here in Texas, roughly 2/3 of the utilities were downgraded, just like we were about a year and a half ago. So we're in very similar company around the state and around the country, and we'll be discussing that with them in January. We'll follow that up with conversations with you near the end of January around our financial budget for FY24. And that will include, shortly after, I should say, will include a look at FY25 and forward, and that will be when we come and start sharing our need for a rate increase with you. We were very clear about that, a year and a half ago, that we were going to need a rate increase every 2 years, and that rate support is really critical in the financial market's perceptions of our performance. Okay, that concludes my comments, but happy to open it up.
Thank you. I asked that we put this back on because I know it's been a major concern. I've been monitoring this like all other board members for the last 7 or 8 months. But remember, it started in March of 2020, with our resolution and then ratifying it and then the city. But the thing that I'm looking at is our balance sheet keeps going deeper and deeper in the hole. And we look at our days cash on hand. What are we doing? I know the leadership team is working hard and doing all they can do to try to get people to pay bills, adding extra staff, doing all of this. Guys, we're going to have to take that next step. This is a time that we've listened, and leadership team has done great. However, it's going to come to the point that someone's going to step up on this board and say, hey, we need to follow like every other city, municipal city, or cable, or gas, or telephone provider, or internet, and all of that. You have a date, it's a cutoff, and we got to move forward. We got to move forward and start making sure that people are paying instead of putting the company at jeopardy and cash on hand, and we falling down below the threshold. We just listened to our financial person talking about we got to explain to our credit agency why we're not doing a great job in collecting. And we're going to have to bite the bullet and just say, hey, you all, our leadership team has done everything. We got every program. We're going out, we put door hangers on, they're doing everything they can do. But I'm sitting here wondering, when are we, including myself, we're going to step forward and say, it's due on this date, just like I've had in 2 other places where I pay electric. It's due on the 8th. You get a disconnect on the 9th. The next day, on the 15th, they disconnect you. One city, and I visited one city around here, and they said they only have 4, in this low poverty area, they only have 4 disconnects on their water bill. Only 4. I visit with them. They say, we have a procedure. You get this date's cut off, this date, the next date is going to be cut off, they pay. I have this resolution up here because I don't want to hear any more excuses about trying to blame it on leadership. This board step up and add to the resolution what is it going to take to move forward. And let's not come up with all these excuses about, no, it had nothing to do with leadership. It's in the board's hand now. That's why I put it back on the board. Either we're going to make a decision or stop crying about it and let's move forward and whatever happened, happened. Anybody else have anything to say? Mr. Steen.
So I would first like to, I'm going to focus on the resolution. Whose idea was this resolution? And so you had the idea.
Yes.
And then you gave it.
No. When you was chairman, you all did the resolution to disconnect. Then the city did the resolution to disconnect. Then I added this, I asked to do this resolution to make sure we put something in order so we can do something about this. I want to put it in writing and stop saying there's an excuse. What do we want to do? So I left it open for the board to add to it. And I asked for this. No one else. I asked for it for 2 months. We finally got it done last week. They've been working on it. We finally got this done. And I met with, how many people we meet with, Mr. Garza?
I don't know, 25, 30.
25 people. They went through all of this with me. And I said, this is what I want right here. And I told them, I said, let's go back and say, these are the problems, because everybody keep going back with the past. What are we going to do to move forward? The past is done. I want to see what we can do to move forward. That's all I'm asking.
So, Ms. Hardwick and Mr. Hubengarner, thanks to both of you for your presentation, and I want to thank you for all the time and effort you're putting into this pressing matter. My remarks today are directed to our CEO. So, Mr. Garza, let me first state that it's well and good that you've developed and are presenting to the board a more comprehensive and detailed plan to address our customer bad debt situation. However, I'm being asked through this resolution to specifically endorse your plan, and I'm not willing to do that. I prefer to wait and see if it's actually effective. I believe that's my responsibility as a trustee. This plan that was just presented to us contains a lot of elements of what you've been doing the last 12 months, and it's plain for all to see that it's not been working so well. Further, given the importance of this matter to CPS Energy's financial health, I question the part of the resolution that mandates a management report on the effects of this plan every quarter. I don't think it's unfair to say that this can be seen as an artful way to try to place this issue on the board's back burner when I'm endeavoring to keep it on the front burner to hold management accountable until this situation is brought under control. I foresee what will happen should this resolution be adopted. Pursuant to the resolution, the matter will be agendized only every third meeting, And if I try to bring it up for a status report and discussion at, say, our next meeting, I'll be admonished by council that I'm out of line. So this can be viewed as an effort to make what we're doing here at CPS Energy, in my mind, less transparent. This is not the time to direct the spotlight away from an issue that's vitally important to CPS Energy. Our customers and community want us to stay hyper-focused on it until it's resolved. So then, according to this resolution, I plan to abstain. I can't vote for the resolution for the reasons given above, and if I vote against it, detractors will try to say that I'm against trying to resolve the problem. Now, on a different but related matter, I want to focus on the three key financial metrics as shown on slide 6 of this presentation, and it's up there for all to see. As you can see, year-to-date days cash on hand is at 138, when our threshold level, as determined by the three credit rating agencies, is 150. So, Mr. Garza, I'm pulling for you to achieve 150 by January 31st, which is the end of our fiscal year. But with the holidays upon us and frigid weather imminent, I'm skeptical that CPS Energy is going to get there. However, you've continued to show unwavering confidence that we will. And so what I'm wondering is what you're planning to do at the 11th hour is draw on our lines of credit or issue commercial paper to build up cash in order to hit the 150 target. If so, I'd respectfully ask you to give the boards a heads up before you do so. I'm going to have to be convinced that this is an acceptable way to meet the days cash on hand metric. At first blush, it seems contrived and not in keeping with CPS Energy's high standards. And it's not likely to persuade the three credit rating agencies that we're getting our financial house in order. And by the way, if before January 31st, you're not going to pull on the company's lines of credit or issue commercial paper in order to fund spending and coincidentally meet the days cash on hand metric, it'd be helpful if you go ahead and say so, and I'll scratch that item from my list of concerns and won't bring it up again. And so I respectfully request that this statement be included in the minutes of today's meeting.
Thank you. Anybody else? Board member? Yes. Dr. Romero?
Okay, thank you. Just a few thoughts. I will support the resolution. I respectfully don't see how it's backburnering the issue, but I suppose if we wanted to ask for a monthly update, it wouldn't be unreasonable to change it from quarterly to monthly, if that might make you feel better. I attended a webinar on utility decision-making, and I know, and you're all going to say, oh, great, she attended a webinar. But this was from APAM, Association of Public Policy Analysis and Management, which is really the leading national group on public policy studies, and they had a lot of experts, not people who run utilities, but experts in studying it. And there's a lot of interesting discussion about this particular issue. And I think one of the things that was really important that they talked about was being really careful about how we define the problem. And there's a lot more to this problem than just that people are not paying their bills. And disconnecting people is part of the problem as well. And that's a cost to our community as well that needs to be considered. Maybe that's not on us to consider, but we're all in this together, and I think that that is something to think about, is the cost of disconnection. That weather forecast is scaring me, even without the snow, and I'm afraid of losing power, and I think if I were delinquent on my bills for whatever reason, I'd be really afraid of this weather coming. I know you don't disconnect below freezing, but people don't all know that, so there's a lot of fear in the community. And one of the things they also talked about was something called energy limiting behavior, so that when people maybe are reconnected and they're afraid of being disconnected again, is they actually use less electricity than they need to even remain healthy. So studies show that lower income people will turn the air conditioner on when it's 7 degrees hotter than when everybody else turns the air conditioner on, the same with heating. So there's definite issues there. So I really appreciated the presentation that showed the problem. There is a problem. There's definite threat to our stability and our credit rating. But I appreciated that Chaz presented it really in perspective, that it's not necessarily a reason to panic if we're not right on that line, and not just that we can explain it to the credit agencies, but every utility is having to explain it to the credit agencies, because I think nationwide the problem might be even bigger than it is here. And I think that maybe our resolution could be part of the argument in helping make the presentation to the credit agencies. I think that if the resolution were going to hurt you in that regard, you would let us know. So I'm seeing nods from staff. So I also just wanted to say that one of the things I learned is that there's a lot of studies that show that the vast majority of customers who don't pay their bills can't pay their bills, not that they don't want to pay their bills. I do think the city has a good response to it with the REAP program. I attended the open house, and I asked the staff that was there to let me present myself as somebody who needed help with their utilities, and they really were very frank with me about what exactly what they would do, where they would point me, all the different programs I could get into. So I think CPS Energy has a good response to this. I think they have a well-balanced approach to what the problem is. It's definitely a problem, but I think we need to look at the other side. So for all those reasons, I think the resolution helps, and I certainly don't think it hurts, but I would support moving to a monthly update instead of just quarterly.
Building upon Dr. Romero, I would like to echo her sentiment. I think it's important that we get more frequent updates versus quarterly, so I'm in favor of the resolution. I don't think I need to add more. I think all of us acknowledge that we have a debt we need to address. I think that everything that was discussed today is common business practices to leverage line of credits, to leverage commercial paper. Those of us who run large or small business, we all tend to do that. We all know that we have to finance things longer term when it's necessary. It is not uncommon for any of us to do those type of business practices. However, I think all of us here, I think most of us at least, have a heart for our community, but also understand that we have to pay our bills. I think that all of us believe in a hand up, not a handout. I think we have demonstrated our sincere efforts to work with the community and other organizations. Some of my other suggestions would be to partner up with Workforce Solutions, have a day at, meeting with their clients. The other one would be, having more evening or, partner up with San Antonio Middle School District to see how we could maybe meet with the new superintendent, find ways to be more creative and go to their locations to, again, promote all the different programs that we have. So I, like many of us here, are very concerned. I'm a business owner. I'm bracing myself as well for the first quarter. I'm also very concerned about getting my staff through the first quarter of the year. We're also working really hard to, deal with what's going to happen in the first quarter of the year, even 6 months of the year. So again, I want to thank all my colleagues for, again, being very concerned about this item, and for those who are going to support the resolution. But I do echo also Mr. Steen's concerns. They're valid. I get it. But at the same time, we have to balance it all out. So with that note, I conclude my comments. Again, I echo, Dr. Romero's that we must probably have monthly reports and not quarterly reports, but we'll support the resolution.
Yeah, I don't have a whole lot to add other than just, again, pointing out the paradox that the bad debt that's in this company is also being borne by the same people that own it. This is the public that we serve. This is why we're different than a private entity in which they could just say, see you later. I mean, it's the folks that pay the bills to CPS that own the company that also bear the burden of the debt at the end of the day. So we've got to figure this out together. What I did want to ask Rudy, perhaps, is to give us a little bit of insight in what y'all are seeing in other places in the country that are dealing with the same situation. Public utilities are under the same kind of pressure. Are you seeing any other different interventions than what you've listed out here, what you guys are already engaged in?
Mayor and board members, Deanna and her team have done all the research on, what silver bullet is out there that we haven't thrown at this issue. We've certainly, been talking to our financial counterparts at the city to make sure that as we talk about our revenue situation, that we're talking about, how we might need to adjust bad debt, down the road as part of a rate conversation, or other mechanisms that belong in that space. I will tell you, I am part of a large public power council organization where we talk about this issue every meeting. And I've got counterparts across the country in the public power space whose governing bodies have passed moratorium disconnects that are seeing their numbers, go through the roof because they don't have that tool to encourage people to deal with it. So there are certainly utilities that are worse off than we are across the country in the utility space. 20% of customers, just like us, are past due. In our region, our friends at New Braunfels and Austin Energy are dealing with the very same things that we are in this regard. So I'd like to say we are special, but we are not special. We are very much, addressing this issue head on in the way that that other utilities are. So one of the things that I was proud to see Deanna be willing to organize is a national forum here in San Antonio on this issue to get utilities in the room at the operational level and figure out together solutioning that maybe we're not thinking about right now. So we're working turning over every stone, Mayor, to try to figure this thing out.
Yeah, and I know you've been dealing with these and utilizing these tactics for months now. It's nothing new. I do agree with Trustee Gonzalez about making sure that we're utilizing each of those touch points with our sister organizations, either SAWS or with the parent city. We have dozens of those because if you're struggling with utilities, chances are you're also struggling with your rent payment, your mortgage payment, your food payment, and all that other stuff. Absolutely. So this is an entire household issue. It's not just a CPS issue, and the household issue again is being borne by the people that own this company, and that frankly we serve as an entire city organization. So, in that sense, Dr. Mackey, I appreciate the resolution. I don't think it changes anything, other than the fact that we are able to say as a body that we care about this issue. It's the insinuation that somehow somebody on this CPS staff or anybody up here, because of the fact that we're sensitive to the burdens being borne by households, somehow doesn't care about the financial issues of the organization. And that's simply not true. And so if the resolution can state that as a matter of fact, resolutely, without a doubt, I'm for that. So I'm for the resolution.
Think about this resolution, and I left it up to the board if there's any comment that anything they'd like to add to it. But after going to the rating agencies several times, I've been up there, and I remember going up there with a district that hadn't passed a bond in 50 years and had a deficit fund balance, and I went up there and visit with them. And they wrote a letter back to me, and I've been looking for that letter, where they said, a courageous effort in the presentation that I made, we got the best interest rate one of the best, wasn't the best one in the state of Texas, but we got one of the best interest rates for this district because I was able to tell our story on where we at. This resolution, too, will be read by the rating agency. Everything you take, the rating agency is going to take it into consideration. And don't tell me what I don't know. I know this for a fact because I've been there a number of times. Putting some things in writing, making sure that it comes to this board attention of what the administration is doing, it makes a difference. So that's why I wanted to do that. And the first reason, there was a resolution to discontinue. Now there's a resolution to what we're doing. So this is the direction that I think that we need to go at this time. And If there's nothing else, then Ms. Shanna, would you please?
I've got a comment. So, Dr. Mackey, so why did you make the frequency of reporting quarterly?
Because wait a minute, during my tenure, I've been asking them to report every other month. What difference, difference does it make? Now, I got board members that want it every month. That's fine. I just said from the very beginning, if there's something on there that could change and make a difference, I'm open to it. If they want it every month, board members want it every month, I'm fine with it.
So I wanted to remind the board of something, and it involved potential litigation, so I really can't talk about the details of it, but a couple of years ago, we had a problem that I think was more like $1 million problem. And we had one of the trustees suggest to management that they report to us every day about it until it got resolved. Every work day until it got resolved. It did get resolved, but I would just ask to give some perspective. This is a $208 million problem. It seems like that we would be getting a report about it every single meeting. We only meet once a month.
Yeah, I agree with the board. If that's what the board wants, I agree with them. It's not a problem. I said from the very beginning, if there's something that we could do to make it better or the resolution, then I'm open to it.
I'll move.
It's not a one-person resolution. The board is going to vote on it. Yes.
Chairman, I'll move to approve the resolution with the change of quarterly to monthly.
Thank you.
Point of clarification, Mayor, you had also requested a whereas, rough summary. CPS Energy and the Board of Trustees are committed to the welfare of the community and the financial well-being of CPS Energy. Do you want me to also insert that?
I didn't, but I like that suggestion from my comments. That'd be great, sure.
Okay, so I will.
Yeah, well, I'll add that to the motion.
Yes.
So then, Mayor, I just want to confirm, you will modify your motion to approve with the whereas added that I just repeated and with the word quarterly changed to monthly with respect to the provision on the frequency of the updates?
Yes.
Concur, yeah.
And during the tenure, our tenure on our debt plan, if there's anything else that we need to do each month, then we need to discuss it or we open for it. Okay, thank you.
I think Mr. Steen.
I have a motion and a second, so I believe we're ready for you to call for discussion, sir.
Yes, any discussion, comments or discussion? If not, let's go ahead and vote, Ms. Ramirez.
Vice Chair Gonzalez?
Yes.
Trustee Steen?
Abstain.
Mayor Nuremberg?
Yes.
Trustee Romero?
Yes.
Chair Dr. Mackey?
Yes.
4 in favor, 1 abstention, motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, we'd like to move to item number 8, the governance duties of the board guarding CPS Energy Employees Benefit Plan. Ms. Deborah Wainscott.
Good afternoon, trustees. Before I go into my presentation, if you don't mind, I'd like to share a little bit about my background at CPS Energy. I think most of you know me, but for those of you who don't, I am currently the chair of the Employee Benefits Administrative Committee and the VP of People and Culture at CPS Energy. I just learned today that Trustee Steen's birthday is my anniversary date at CPS Energy. Next week, December 27th, will be my 17th anniversary, so I will be remembering Trustee Steen's birthday from now on. The first 10 years of my career at CPS Energy were spent on the financial services team. One of my primary responsibilities in that role over those 10 years was accounting for our employee benefits. In 2015, I joined the People and Culture team as the Director of Employee Benefits. So then I became responsible for administration of those employee benefits. At the same time, I joined the Administrative Committee as an ex officio, non-voting member of the Administrative Committee, advising the committee on our employee benefits. And since 2015, I've gradually taken on more and more responsibilities in people and culture. And as I said, I am now Vice President of People and Culture. In April of 2021, I was appointed as the Vice Chair of the Administrative Committee. And in January of 2022, I was elected as Chair of the Administrative Committee. So with that said, I'd like to move on to the presentation. The agenda for today, I'll be discussing governance overview for the employee benefit plans, and then covering the investment practices and performance report required under Texas law. Before I go into the overall governance structure of our employee benefit plans, I want to share with you some information about what Texas law says about the governing body of a public retirement system. And CPS Energy Pension Plan is a public retirement system under the Texas law. Title 8 of the Texas Government Code is in regard to public retirement systems. Section 001 of Chapter 802 defines a governing body of a public retirement system as the Board of Trustees, Pension Board, or other public retirement system governing body that has the fiduciary responsibility for the assets of the system and has the duties of overseeing the investment and the expenditure of funds of the system and the administration of the benefits of the system. So under that definition, the Administrative Committee is the governing body of the CPS Energy retirement plan and has fiduciary responsibility for the plan assets. Going into the Texas Government Code Chapter 802 a little bit further, the statutory responsibilities defined under that chapter for the governing body are that the governing body is responsible for administration of the benefits of the system, employing an actuary and reviewing the actuarial valuations, appointing investment managers and monitoring investments, ensuring that the annual audit is completed, publishing the annual financial report and the performance reports, registering each member of the Administrative Committee, registering with the Texas Pension Review Board, and completing the required training required by the Texas Pension Review Board, and then all of the other fiduciary and oversight responsibilities. So those duties and responsibilities of the Administrative Committee are set by that state statute. I also want to share the time investment that our Administrative Committee members make to ensure that we are carrying out our fiduciary responsibility. The Administrative Committee meets almost every single week of the year, receiving reports from our investment consultants, our benefits consultants, the actuaries, hearing from investment managers about our investments, hearing from the Benefits Trust Administration staff, as well as the employee benefits staff to get updates on our benefits. All of those to ensure that we are well-informed to make the decisions to fully carry out our fiduciary obligations. This slide I know you've seen many times, and this lays out the responsibilities of each of the groups that have oversight of our employee benefit plans. The duties that are listed under the Administrative Committee are those that are defined under the Texas Government Code, Chapter 802, for the governing body. The administrative functions, as well as the compliance requirements of the plans and the trusts, are all the responsibilities of the Administrative Committee. And as I said, this is the body that the Texas Government Code envisions as the governing body of the public retirement system. I want to switch gears just a little bit here, and these next couple of slides are in response to Vice Chair Gonzalez's question at the last board meeting regarding the engaging a qualified firm to evaluate the plan investment practices and performance. This is required under Texas Government Code, Chapter 802.109. That was a new law that was put into place 3 years ago, and our first evaluation under that law was conducted. The law requires that be done every 3 years for a pension plan of our plan size. It requires that we select an independent evaluator with substantial expertise to carry out that evaluation. And the Texas Pension Review Board does make available to those evaluators, to that evaluating firm, detailed guidelines on how that evaluation should be completed. The Administrative Committee has engaged Champion Capital Research to do that evaluation for 2022, with a report out due to the Administrative Committee in May of the year following that evaluation. And the Administrative Committee will provide a report out to the board and to the EBOC as soon as possible after we receive that report. Next slide, please. I'm sorry, that was me. Pardon me. I want to share with you the last evaluation, the first and only evaluation that we've had under this Texas law was done 3 years ago. There were no nonconformities identified during the evaluation. While there were several opportunities for improvement identified, the firm that conducted the evaluation reported that the assessment also included substantial findings of fiduciary excellence. I also want to add that a member of the firm reported out after the evaluation, who is a nationally recognized attorney and a consultant in the field of investments, reported that he had never seen as good a statement of governance in all of his 40 years evaluating governance statements as the CPS Energy Benefit Plan Statement of Governance. The opportunities for improvement related to clarification of third-party roles and responsibilities, as well as monitoring and reporting investment performance and investment-related fees. The opportunities for improvement were incorporated into our governance document, our policy documents, and into our administrative practices. And the full report was provided to the board and the EBOC in June of 2020. As far as takeaways and next steps, the current governance model is consistent with Texas law, with the Administrative Committee acting as the governing body of our employee benefit plans. A deep dive into additional topics can be made by the EBOC at the direction of the board. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, at this time,
Trustee.
Trustee Steen?
And sometimes I get busy and I can't remember. But so we have this Champion Capital Research doing this evaluation.
Yes, sir.
Will they talk? Will they talk to us, the members of?
Actually, the full report, their written report, will be provided to the board.
Well, I'm going to make a statement in a little bit, but I think it would be a good idea if you're trying to get a full view of what's going on in this area, for them also to be talking to Dr. Mackey and myself as EBOC.
We certainly can.
Actually, the EBOC's bigger than just you and me, but and Corey. But to talk to us, I have some thoughts and suggestions.
We certainly could ask them to provide a report out to the EBOC as well.
Right. And Dr. Mackey, I've got a little statement here if I can read it. So I want to start out by thanking, and it said that Mr. Schringerpour was going to present with you today. Is he here?
No, sir, he is. I don't think he is here.
All right. Well, thank you for your presentation today. And as always, your responsiveness and willingness to engage are much appreciated. Your remarks touch on an issue I've raised during recent meetings of the Employee Benefits Oversight Committee, or EBOC for short. In particular, I've been focused on the single most important assumption made by the pension system. This assumption ensures there's sufficient funding to pay for the benefits promised. In reality, it's an informed guess as to how much can be earned by investing contributions. This guesstimate is called the actuarial rate of return, and you've told me we call that the AROR, right?
Yes, sir.
The higher the AROR, the fewer contributions employers and employees must make. The lower the AROR, the higher those contributions need to be in order to pay for promised benefits. Now, there's been a trend since the 2008-2009 financial crisis toward lower investment assumptions for public plans. In regard to CPS Energy's benefit plans, our AROR was reduced to 7.75% in 2010, then to 7.5% in 2014, to 7.25% in 2017 and to 7% in 2020, and it remains at 7% today. I've got that right? So at the EBOC, I've been advocating for a reduction from 7% to 6.75%. This is because of the dismal returns we've been getting lately, and they're seriously in negative territory, and my concern about the economic headwinds we'll be facing in the near future. Here but two of many harbingers of rough sailing ahead. The Conference Board's latest gauge of CEO confidence is at its lowest level since 2019, and 98% of surveyed CEOs anticipate a U.S. recession next year. The other one, Bloomberg News, which compiles Wall Street forecasts, notes that 2023 predictions for the stock market are negative for the first time this century. So Ms. Wainscott and the Administrative Committee maintain that the AROR should remain at 7%, emphasizing that our benefit plans have a long horizon and that over the long term, including inception to date, we've exceeded the AROR. So this is a critical debate to have because nationwide over the last 20 years, the largest single contributor to the growth of unfunded liabilities has been underperforming investments, or put another way, assuming unrealistic returns on pension assets so that they end up not contributing enough to pay for promised benefits. I believe 7% is overly optimistic. Again, I'd like to take a more conservative approach and lower it to 6.75%. One guidepost, the nation's largest pension fund, which is CalPERS, that's the California Public Employees Retirement System, lowered its investment assumption to 6.8% in 2021, and there are reports that their internal advisors have opined that CalPERS should be aiming for 6%. Here at CPS Energy, our administrative committee approves the AROR along with other actuarial assumptions during the summer of each year. This past year it was done in August without formally soliciting the input of either the EBOC or this board. This surprises me in that this board, according to ordinance, has, quote, absolute and complete authority and power with reference to the control, management, and operation of the systems and the application of the revenues of the systems, close quote. So my first request is that EBOC and this board be consulted before this annual decision on the AROR is made. My second point is that given that...
Just a quick, I just want to insert, sir. I think that we are getting dangerously close to additional topics that we could ask for the EBOC to update. I do think, though, what you're asking is a governance question, so I just want to clarify.
It's absolutely a governance question.
Okay, and again, I just want to point out that what you are requesting would require a change of the governance that we just went through. I think that is absolutely, as a board,
yes,
at your discretion.
You'll see as I continue through this. But my second point is that given that the responsibility ultimately lies with this board, why aren't we deciding something as consequential as what our actuarial rate of return should be? And so if you'll put up, put up slide 5. And if you look over on the right side under Board of Trustees, we can see that there are already major areas where the approval of the board is required, and also of the EBOC. I think this AROR approval authority could be specifically added if the board had the collective will to do so. In fact, if you look at the language where it says the board approves annual expense and cash flow funding via the budget process, one might argue that we already have this approval power, except we're ceding to the administrative committee the most important element in all of this by allowing it to unilaterally set the AROR. I recently asked staff what would be the financial impact if the AROR were to be lowered from 7 to 6.75%. I was told that although our employees would not have to contribute, it would mean CPS Energy would be on the hook for millions of dollars a year for the next 6 years. So it's not going to be an inexpensive action to take, but I believe it's a step in the right direction to help ensure our benefit plans are financially healthy and able to pay the promised benefits to our esteemed and valued retirees. Thank you. Oh, and I'd like to thank Ms. Wainscott again for bringing this matter to the full board's attention, and I respectfully request that this statement be included in full in the minutes of today's meeting.
Okay,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Steen.
Thank you.
I asked to put this on there. I did this because I want to hear these two items again, because we did not get a clearly discuss it at the last board meeting, so I put this on there for the second time.
Well, thank you.
I want you to know that.
Thank you.
It's two items, the last one and this one.
I have a couple of questions. I think it was my freshman year or maybe my second year. So I know that I was the one actually on this item that requested to get a daily update because there were some changes that needed to take place. I remember there was a discussion about replacing certain committee members. Did that ever take place?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's good. And then number two, I think one area where, again, I thank you again for presenting this statement of governance. The one item that I wanted to get clarification on, that firm that we've hired recently or we've had in place, when does their contract go up for renewal?
They've been engaged for this current year, and then 3 years from now, there will be another.
Okay, I think the request I had was for the selection of the vendor, that be under the governance of the Board of Trustees. So that is something I'm asking for a change. The other thing I have a question on.
Again, quick, I want to make sure that I understand what's being requested. Under the law, the administrative committee is designated as the governing body, so you can't really pick and choose things that the board would do without saying you would like the board
to consider.
Yes, and which is, it comes with pros and cons. I would just tell you, you cannot assume the duties of the administrative committee without also assuming the obligations and the liabilities of the administrative committee. One of the ones I like to highlight for folks is that whoever is the governing body, which right now is the administrative committee, has the pleasure of being sued when the pension is sued. So that is a different liability and exposure you would have to consider. It also does require you, I know there was a lot listed of what they do, but they meet once a week for at least 2 hours to approve things on a weekly basis. That is also something that the board would have to assume. So again, as we go through and pick and choose, I just want to point that out, and I will keep a list of what you are going through to move to discussion for EBOC, because they would be the ones to suggest a change in governance under our current governance structure, if that makes sense.
Yes, it does. So I'm not finished, Mr. Steen.
A comment in response to her.
Okay, if you can provide me the courtesy of waiting. Well, I would like my colleagues to consider that we would select the vendor for the due diligence portion of it. The other thing I would like my colleagues to maybe consider, and I'm hearing Mr. Steen loud and clear, I think he's recommended 6.75, and I think it's currently at what, 7%? Is there any way, and again, I haven't been on that committee, is there any way to consider monitoring that and then making decisions based on that and changing it as needed versus just are we restricted to a one-time selection, or is that something that we can monitor over time and make those decisions?
We review that every year, in addition to our every 3 or 4 years of the deeper dive in the experience study. We review that assumed rate of return and can make that change any year, depending on what the data tells us at that time.
Okay, and the only reason why I'm again supporting the current recommendation, but also hearing Mr. Steen and just hearing really the economy, is just really making sure that we consider being conservative with everything that may hit us or will hit us for sure in 2023. So those are just my comments for the board to consider the monitoring of that percentage and to consider adjusting it as needed based on y'all's recommendation, as well as more frequent maybe reporting to the board, the vendor, I guess, that currently represents us, and then for the board to consider for us to select the firm that would do the audit. Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, the only thing, I know that I heard this comment a few minutes ago, and this is a fact. Bear market occurs on average about every 4.5 years. Since 1929, the average length of a bear market is 9.6 months. And the cost investors around 36%. Fact, bear markets typically run for 3.8 years and earn investors average cumulative gains of around 112%. Fact, on June 16, 2022, the Dow Jones industry closed below 30,000 points for the first time since January of 2021, a year and a half. You know, we can put out numbers and people can say things, but we have a third-party administrator. We have an administrator recommend a 7%. I support that 100% until I see something different. Or if that's not the case, let's get rid of all the consultants that's recommending this and let's start over again before I even think about redoing it.
Dr. Mackey, if I could just make one comment. Many of our employees listen to the board meeting, and I want to make a couple of comments if I may. The first is that the pension is 90% funded. I don't want our employees to be concerned that we're not in good shape. The trust is extremely healthy and is at 90% funded level. Last year, we earned over 16% in the market. This year, we're down. It goes up, it goes down. That's how it is. I just want to reassure our team members that we're at 90% funded and not in any kind of financial dire straits.
What you mean by 90%?
We could pay 90% of the obligation of the pension today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Can I ask her a question? Ms. Lewis, what are we, since you brought it up, how we were up last year, how much are we down this year?
It's about 12% the last time we had the assessment, but the market had come back a little bit since then. I do want to remind everyone also, and this we did share with the EBOC, that every time horizon that there are projections for 10 years, 20 years, and 30 years. This is a long-term plan where you should look out 30 years. The projected return on our investments is more than 7% in each one of those time horizons. So that is our best information provided by our consultants, the actuaries and the investment consultants. And that is the data that we look to determine what is the appropriate rate of return that we should establish as our assumption for the actuarial valuation.
Thank you.
I will just add the administrative committee is the entity that has brought it forward every time we needed to lower it. So I have faith in the admin committee to watch what's happening and make those recommendations personally.
Thank you.
Just add that. Thank you.
So, Dr. Mackey,
Yes.
So I wanted to speak to something that our counsel said, and I think, Rudy Garza, I think this is something you mentioned to me, because she's saying, well, if we took on this ability to approve the AROR, which is the most important thing, that we would have to become the governing body and that liabilities would follow that. But I think you and I had a discussion, that second, under the Board of Trustees, that second thing where it says approve annual expense and cash flow funding via the budget process. I think you were explaining to me that in some ways we have to be involved in that, because if we lower the AROR, it's a big number that the company then becomes responsible for. Even lowering it, just so the public knows.
My commentary was that board, the appropriate, in my mind, role for the board to play is approving as part of the budget, our contribution to keeping our pension fund healthy, which we do every year. So you all don't line item veto elements of our budget. You take an up or down vote of our budget, and our budget includes our commitment to our pension fund in alignment with the rate of return that the administrative committee sets.
Well, we're accepting the AROR that we're presented, but I see that is part of what we're approving when we, in a way, as we approve the annual expense and cash flow funding via the budget process. And so my point is, could we...
Which is what it should be.
Right, but could we go ahead and take the step of us actually approving the AROR?
Mr. Steen, I think that is divergent from any other pension system, protocol. I think that's getting the board out of their lane and into the weeds to the extent that the administrative committee looks at this weekly. They meet with our financial, team that informs our pension system, every week to look at elements of the health of our system that they need to. I don't even mess with it. Whatever our administrative committee tells us is the appropriate amount goes into our budget and gets presented to the board as such, because I have to trust this governance model. So again, I know it's a preference of yours. It's a preference I don't necessarily agree with, but I think what we're doing right now is consistent with every other governing body that has responsibility for pension system.
I don't think that's the case, but, and of course, you look at the description of the governing body, and the first organization they mention is the Board of Trustees. So that's probably more typical than you may correct me, but.
And Trustee Steen, that Board of Trustees is referring to the Board of Trustees of the retirement system, not the employer sponsor.
Right.
Okay, if no more questions, we're going to move on. Let's go into executive session, please. Ms. Ramirez, take us in executive session.
Just to be clear, there's no action on our behalf, it's just as knowledge? Okay.
Thank you.
At this time, the board is going to recess into executive session to discuss matters that have been duly posted under several provisions of Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, including consultation concerning attorney-client matters under Section 551.071, deliberations and other authorization on real property under Section 551.072, prospective gifts or donations under Section 551.073, personnel matters under Section 551.074, security personnel or devices under Section 551.076, to deliberate regarding security audits and devices under Section 551.089, to deliver under Texas Government Code Section 418.183, subsection F, about confidential information under the Texas Homeland Security Act, economic development negotiations under Section 551.076, and to deliberate, vote, or take final action on competitive matters under Section 551.086. At the conclusion of the executive session, the board will reconvene in open session and continue the meeting. It is 3:16 as we go into executive session.
We're going to, before we go into executive session, we're going to get sworn in as PFC board members, so the city secretary can get back to work.
Not working now? The mayor?
Could you have a blue pen? This is not blue, though.
So, Mr. Garza, who we have here today is the city clerk. You said city secretary.
Yeah, okay, no, I got it.
It's okay.
I have blue pens in my office.
Okay, I have everyone to be sworn in under the San Antonio Energy Acquisition Public Facilities Corporation here today, and except for Eric Walsh is the only one not being sworn in. So yes, my name is Debbie Rockasitter, and I'm the city clerk. So if you would raise your right hand and repeat after me. In the name and by the authority
And by the authority
of the state of Texas,
of the state of Texas,
I state your name,
I, Janie Gonzalez,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear and affirm
that I will faithfully execute the duties
that I will faithfully execute the duties
of the office of
the office of
SA Energy Acquisition Public Facilities Corporation.
SA Acquisition Public something.
SA Energy Acquisition
SA Acquisition
Public Facilities Corporation
Public Facility Corporation
of the state of Texas,
state of Texas,
and will to the best of my ability
and will to the best of my ability
preserve,
protect,
and defend the Constitution
the Constitution
and the laws
and the laws
of the United States
of the United States.
and this state. So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Yes, sir. It is 3:34, and the board has concluded executive session. I can confirm that there were no votes taken and no matters were discussed that were not part of the posted agenda. We do have a quorum. All members are present.
At this time, we on consent item number 10, approval of consent items of payment to the city of San Antonio for November 2022. Procurement item 1, general services, electric overhead. Item number 2, general services competitively sensitive items. 3, competitively sensitive items. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Motion to approve the consent agenda, trustee Gonzalez.
Trustee Gonzalez, do I have a second?
Second.
Second by trustee Romero. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Ayes carried, motion carried. Thank you. If we could move to item number 11, where it says committee reports, Operation Oversight Committee, meeting held on 11/10/2022, Dr. Romero, and item number B, 11B, Nomination Committee, meeting held on 12/6/2022. And if it's okay with trustee Romero that we will make these items a part of the minutes. Thank you. Another one. At this time, we'll move to the Rate Advisory Committee, generation, item number 12, the rate planning recommendation by Dr. Francine Romero.
Thank you. I'll just make a couple of brief introductory remarks, and I think Reed Williams will be coming up as well, so I am not going to say what the recommendation was. I want to leave that for Reed. But just to introduce this, we do have a recommendation from the Rate Advisory Committee. I think this is the best planned and executed community advisory group I have ever seen, from the participants and the entire support team. For the committee itself, I've said this several times, but they spent so much time learning, educating each other on their own perspectives. They just did a really great job. For the most part, they were respectful of each other's views. I don't mean to be negative. I say for the most part because I was concerned at the end that there were some comments that were sort of disagreeing with people's views in terms of them being right or wrong as opposed to how we might prioritize them. And I hope that doesn't come out in the community conversation. Staff was amazing. There's so many people. I know Benny Etheridge and Kathy Garcia answered so many of my questions, and I really appreciate that, and their team. They answered questions from the RAC, too. I think we were over 60 questions that RAC submitted to staff, to Charles River Associates, to Burns McDonnell, our other consultant. I also want to thank Ann Kennard because she did an amazing amount of work on this. I will save my comments on the substance of it for later, but I also want to say Pat Augustine, who's here, is just amazingly smart person and capable person. And I also want to say that when Reed finished up the RAC committee last week, he gave the best policy summary I think I've ever heard. And if people don't agree with him, I understand that, but I hope people will get a chance to maybe go back and watch that because he went over every point in there. And it was just really, really solid, and it helped me understand a lot. And so thank you, Reed, for all your leadership on this, and to Dr. Cantu as well, and all the RAC members, but to Anako Garcia and Dee Dee Belmars, who came out today. Dee Dee also played a major role in focusing the whole conversation and in fact providing many of the portfolios that everybody looked at. So I will turn it over to Reed.
Okay.
Can you do that? Okay. I think you did. Thank you, Dr. Romero. It has been a long process, and I'll quickly go through 3, and maybe if we have time, a 4th step. And that is, quite often we get to talking about the solutions and we forget about what we had to do as far as a decision. So we'll briefly review what the decision really is and why we have to make it. We'll talk about the process. Dr. Romero was right. It was some cases kind of a tough process, but we got there. We did something that probably most communities couldn't do. And then we will discuss the vote and the recommendation very briefly. First of all, let's understand that this is not a decision in isolation. This is actually the 2nd step. The 1st step was already taken by y'all with the Flex Power Bundle, where we took care of the oldest coal plants, or we're in the process of taking care of the oldest coal plant, Brawning. Now, our job was to figure out what do we do with the next oldest plants, 2 units, which is the Summers, and what do we do with the coal business, all right? And that was all it is. And it's not the last step. I think people need to understand that making decisions on power, whether you're doing it to generate electricity or whether you're trying to make gasoline, is an ongoing process. It doesn't stop. It doesn't stop, it doesn't start, it's always going. And it was a transition. We clearly needed to get to 2030 and hit the climate action plan, okay? And there's a lot of concern, and I understand it, that we didn't, that number 2 does not hit 2040 nor 2050. But those are a few years out, and frankly, I probably won't even be here, but y'all will. My grandkids will, so let's hit them. But we got some time to do that. And one thing we've always learned in business is if you've got a little time, use it, because you'll learn a little more and you'll reduce the risk a lot. So we want to, first thing is, we got to maintain the value proposition of CPS. It's been mentioned several times today, but it doesn't hurt to mention it again. Ever since I've been in this community since '73, the value proposition has been reliability, affordability, and sustainability. Sustaining our community, our governments, our city, and sustaining our environment. So as long as we can maintain that triangle, if you will, we've got a strong future. Now let's talk about the process. It was long. It was very long. In fact, we started looking at generations 3 times. Trustee Gonzalez helped us the first time. We started out, we split into groups. Wait, stop. No. We got a rate increase. Okay, put it on the shelf. And we did the rate increase. Second time we start, again, getting help from Trustee Gonzalez and then Dr. Romero. And we start, wait, we got step. Okay, now we get those out of the way. And so now we're working on the 3rd step, the start, which was like, really, we started last May, June to get that going. And we've been working fairly intensely since then. There's been at least monthly meetings, and there's been more than that when we had to make special decisions or people needed to discuss particular things. And it has all been open and transparent. There's been nothing that I know of done in any way behind the scenes. So if anybody wanted to watch it, as boring as it is, you can watch it. But I can tell you the process was a bit distrustful from the very beginning. And while some people might go, that's not good. No, we recognize that we had distrust. The winter storm created distrust. People within the community, you get 21 people from this community together that I think did a very good job representing the community, because that's what you're trying to do. You're trying to do a representative democracy. You're trying to get a group of people, the smallest number you can, but still represent the community. 21 people sure represented it. And I can assure you, when we started, there was little or no trust among that group, okay? because they didn't know each other. And frankly, they thought they knew people because of the way they looked or where they came from, but they really didn't. But to the credit of all of the people, they absolutely spent the time, used all of their patience and a whole bunch of mine to make sure they learned the people. And we created trust. There was just trust towards CPS, so we actually, the staff supported us. We got a second consultant to do a peer review of the consultant because there's some things the staff just couldn't tell us. It was competitive information. So it's hard to trust people when you don't get the whole story. So get a second consultant, consultant sees it, says yes, bang, certified it. Everybody, end of subject. But it's one of those problems, it's so complex, you're constantly saying, back up, kind of raise yourself out a little bit from all the morass of the numbers. Because you had 9 portfolios, you had 6 or 7 criteria, you had 4 scenarios. Pretty soon you're looking at an array of numbers that are too big. And then obviously you get too much. So you had to make people realize that we're really looking at a qualitative, not a quantitative answer. You're going to see quality between scenarios. You're going to see relationships. You're not going to get the absolute answer. And so you're going to get a suggested idea on something, not necessarily a definitive one. And we were dealing with a lot of judgment bias, a lot of bias, okay? People came in with, I believe this, and that's what you expect. You want people to bring their beliefs or they're not bringing representation of what they think. Bringing those biases was not bad, but then we had to get them into looking at the judgment, and we did. So what did we recommend? If we can, let's put the vote up. I understand we do have that slide. I typically don't use slides because I find them a little tedious, but did we do the vote slide? Do we have the vote slide? No? We don't have the vote slide? Okay, we don't have the vote slide. Well, let me talk about the vote slide. We did the first vote, and we got 20 of the 21 members to vote. Now, that's good. We understood that if you didn't vote, you didn't represent either the person that put you on here, the position that put you on here, or the community you're from. So I really encouraged everybody to vote. Unfortunately, we had one member that didn't. And that's unfortunate, but we did get 20. And on the first vote, it was 12, 4, and 4. We were in the process of saying that what we were going to do is have sequential votes. We were going to do something fancy like ranked choice voting, but that got too hard to explain to people, and they thought I was trying to cheat them on something, and it wasn't. It's just too hard to understand at first. So we just did sequential voting, like a runoff. We did hit a hitch, and thank God Dr. Romero helped us out on that one. And we figured out that, okay, what we need to do is just have another vote, because we had one that had 12. We needed 13. It was put in the bylaws. It's not a percentage of the quorum. It's 13 members of the committee, a fixed number, okay? It is a fixed supermajority to say anything. We didn't get it on step, okay? But we got it here. So we did another vote. One member changed it. We had 13, 3, and 4. So let's talk about the recommendation 2. And I'll be as brief as I can, but I think we do, as a board, need to focus on just a few numbers. What we're doing is we're closing, getting out of the coal business, converting one coal plant to natural gas. We can do that conversion with less money than it would cost us for an environmental program we're going to be required to do. So it's a negative capital. That does not put us in the hole for more capital to make an improvement. There it is. That's the bottom line. And everybody should be able to see that. We've sent it out. Anybody that wants it, we can certainly make you a copy of it. So that's the first thing. And then we're going to shut the old coal plant down. Well, what that does is that we're out of the coal business by 2028. That's 6 years, okay? And I don't want to say this negatively. I want to say it positively. That's light speed, okay? If we can do it in 5 years, then do it in 5 years. But we got to do it. We can do it in 6 years. And then we're going to close down an old coal plant, the Summers plants. Between those two, we're closing down about 2,228 megawatts of power, okay? But we're also in the process in this plan, we have planned to install an additional 4,420 megawatts. So if anybody says that we're not replacing with reliable power and a good mix, they're just dead wrong. Because in that 4,420, we are adding 6,880 of between a gas, a combined cycle plant, and reciprocating engines, okay? So think about that number, 1,680, and we're gonna match that up with 1,680 of solar and wind. So we're going to double our solar installations, and we're gonna increase our wind by 50%. And we're gonna do that in 6 years. So it's not, and then we're gonna work on 50 of batteries, which is really kind of just pushing the edge on something. But it doesn't go into long-term storage, it goes into short-term storage. And so, you know, it is a push for reliability. Now, there's some problem with 2. It's not the cheapest one, okay? 9's the cheapest, okay? All right, and 9 actually complies with 2040 and 2050 in climate action. So it's a good, I don't want to say this badly, it's a kind of a good political answer. It says it's cheaper and it does the things we want. But it's got a problem. It wants to triple our wind capacity in 6 years. We want to add 2,200 megawatts of wind. Right now, we're having trouble with transmission with the wind we got as a state. And to get transmission lines built in 6 years, right-of-ways purchased, land, it's really going to be hard to do that. Operationally, it's very hard. And so, you know, I think we're making big moves to double our solar and increase our wind by 50%, which is reasonable steps to make in 8 years. But it's not reasonable to think we're going to triple it. And it's also not reasonable to put us on a situation where we have to rely on more outside purchases, which 9 does, okay? Either just to maintain our reliability for the first 6 or 7 years during the transition, and then after that at events. So, and the other one that got a lot of attention and was good is number 6. But it closes it becomes very quickly renewables only, and it does put us at a high cost and at great risk. None of these are wrong. None of those people that voted for 6 or 9 are wrong. They just have a different risk profile. They believe that, and rightfully so, and I trust them and I believe them and I'll even like them. They believe that the risk of continuing to run natural gas and the risk to our environment is higher than this transition plan number 2. And that's okay. It's where we are at risk because all of these models are wrong. All of these models are wrong. Relatively, they tell you something, and it also will tell you something about your risk preference. Dr. Romero led us through a very good exercise early on before we saw much of the data or any of the data, and that was take this group and what is important to this group. Well, unfortunately, they had flexibility and reliability in 2 categories. Those are the same. You add those together, and you got 47% of the emphasis was on reliability. And then 27 was on sustainability, and 24 was on affordability. So reliability was twice as important as those other 2 parts of the triangle. And that's what this is saying. The people on the committee representing the community said our risk profile is really low right now. We want to be sure we've got power, and we want to control the power. And they're going to have to understand they're going to have to pay for the power. Because the reason that 2 looks worse than 9 when you discount the cash flows back is because you're investing in reliable quick start power early in the process of the 8-year period. So as you discount those dollars back, they count higher in cost because they're discounted over a shorter period of time. That's just discounting. So again, none of these people are wrong. It's just that we have a risk profile And with Dr. Romero's help, we got through it. So 9 is the lowest cost, but it requires us to do things with wind I don't think we can. It does push us more onto getting reserve margin and weather margin from ERCOT, and it does give us an operational problem I'm not sure we can employ. 6, look, if I had my choice, I'd vote for 6 too. But my risk profile and my experience just tells me that it's too fast, too much, too quick, and too risky. So I believe, again, that 2 is the best to get implemented. It puts control in our hands, which has been a culture in this community for a long time. We control our destiny. And it also does something that I mentioned just last week, and it's something we need to keep in mind. We're part of ERCOT. ERCOT has veto power over what we do. If we want to take a unit off of the grid, we have to get their permission. Therefore, and ERCOT's controlled by the PUC, that's nominated by the governor nominates the board. Let me see if I can get the picture here. If the politicians, really, look, let's face it, we're a blue bubble in a red sea. And if the politicians would get involved with how many lanes we got on Broadway, I'm very concerned they'd get involved with this decision on us closing down the coal business, okay? Unless we can do what we can do with this plan, and that is show them we're going to improve our reliability and in turn your reliability, which you seem to not be able to do. And we can make that case. Make it very clearly, because we're replacing twice of what we're taking down. Thank you. I'll stick around if you have any questions.
Do you have any questions?
I'll wait till after, unless y'all want to do it now.
Right. I'll save my questions for CPS when we get the presentation on the actual recommendation. But I just wanted to say, Reed, thank you very much for your endurance throughout this thing. Occasionally there is a role to be filled by a volunteer, and when we kind of theoretically draw up the profile of that volunteer, we find somebody that fits the profile. Your experience and your skill set, there isn't a more perfect person to lead this community through what we've just experienced and to get us to this point than you. I just want to publicly thank you for bringing all your time and expertise to bear, because this is a big deal for the future of our city, and we all owe you a big debt of gratitude for your work.
Well, thank you, Mayor, but I really think the appreciation needs to go to the RAC. These people were wonderful, okay? I am personal friends with all of them, okay? And I'm not saying that lightly. I mean, this is important. As a community, that RAC really pulled together. So it's not what I can do, it's what they did, and they did a great job. And if you see them, whether you see Dee Dee or Nakwa or whoever you run into, you need to be sure to thank them. If they're members that you appointed, give them a call, thank them, okay? If they're people that you know outside of this business, thank them. Because I can tell you, it's been hard holding this together. It's been frustrating. You've got a group here that has no authority, no ability to do anything as far as the power to run the utility, and they hung in there and made a recommendation, and I really appreciate it. So it's really them, Mayor. Thank you.
No, and agree with you 100%, but you also helped make my point, so thank you very much, Reed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Steen?
So, Mayor, you said it beautifully, but I watched that meeting. It was a masterclass in leadership. Reed Williams was so impressive in how he handled that. He's a humble person, but just his grasp of the issues and then the way he handled people, because that was a room full of people with really a lot of different views and strong feelings about things, and you got them to make a decision, and then and some of them it was a decision that it wasn't what they wanted, just like we heard from Dee Dee Balmaris. Right. But I sensed when she came to talk to us, Mr. Williams, that she was fine with the process. She felt like she had been fairly heard, that the process had proceeded in a way that was fair. So, Mayor, I don't know anybody that, when I watched Reed Williams perform, I couldn't see anybody else doing that the way he did it. Very impressive.
Thank you.
Trustee Steen, look, the good thing was we were able to create trust. That's missing in all of our communities and all of our politics. And unless we can start developing trust like that committee did, we can't get anything done. And for that committee to work that hard, create that trust, I hope they'll be listened to. Thank you.
Trustee Gonzalez.
Building upon what everybody said, so I would disagree. I think that Dr. Romero, if she had been not a trustee, I think she would have done also an excellent job in navigating everyone. I don't like the word handled, because I do think that the people, our role is to influence and to support who volunteers for us. But yes, Mr. Reed, thank you very much for your leadership. I will tell you that this was like my first big effort that the mayor tasked me with. And I know for sure, I was very specific about who I nominated to represent me. And I chose two people who were on extreme sides, on the R, and I would say the liberal, on the D. And when I look at how they voted, it's an example where you can take two opposing views and still come to a conclusion that's positive. And so with great honor, I want to again thank Dee Dee. That was my first, again, as a trustee. I was determined to make sure that the environmentalists who come every meeting that I appreciate, for them to see that that was my commitment to making sure they were part of the process, as well as increasing transparency. So I'm very delighted to see the results, to again demonstrate that two opposing individuals can come together and still make the right decisions with the right process. So thank you to everybody who participated, and thank you, Dr. Romero, for excellent leadership.
Thank you. At this time, we'll move on to next item, number 14, generation planning. Ms. Kathy Garcia.
Afternoon. So, as you heard from Reed Williams, today has been a year plus in the making. So today we bring to you our preferred power generation portfolio for powering our community in the near term. Today we bring, we want to highlight the journey of how we've arrived at today. And I'm going to speak to our planning objectives and our planning approach, which were drivers for our recommendation. We're going to share information on the portfolios that were modeled, particularly those which we believe are most viable and aligned with our planning objectives. And as we look at the portfolios and ultimately our recommendation, I'll also speak to some of the caveats or external factors that remain. We heard Reed mention one or two of those as well. So when it comes to power generation, we are constantly planning in cycles, assessing opportunities to incorporate new and improved technologies into our power generation fleet. What lies before us in the here and now is how to address a soon-to-be gap in the supply of our power generation. We have aging power plants that must be retired in the next few years. We have rapid population growth that must be accounted for. And we must continue on our path to meet our community's climate action and adaptation plan. We committed to an open, transparent planning process. And throughout the last year, we have worked in earnest with our rate advisory committee, interested stakeholders, our community, and external consultants to identify the power generation resources to address this gap again in the near term. This planning cycle takes us to 2030 and is an important incremental step in our transition to achieving net zero carbon emissions by 2050. As you'll recall, this board passed a resolution affirming the support for the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan. This depiction highlights our pathway to 2050. It is in alignment with our community goals and our city owner. We're a leader already in generating electricity through renewables. San Antonio ranks first in Texas and fifth in the nation for solar capacity, and second in Texas for wind power. We're already working on some of the items listed on the right side of this slide, and it's our intent to implement pilots as new technologies continue to surface and mature. Shown here are our planning objectives, and they are presented from left to right in how the Rate Advisory Committee prioritized them. The planning objectives guided the formulation and the evaluation of our planning initiative. This is the journey that we have been on. Our process included modeling 9 distinct concepts, which included 4 market scenarios and various sensitivities. We utilized the expertise of our consultant, Charles River Associates, to provide that modeling and analysis services. And I'll note that CRA is here with us today. We also leaned heavily on the 21 members who serve on the Rate Advisory Committee, who each have their own expertise and perspectives, many whom were also here today. The modeling did not advocate for one portfolio, but instead offered us the ability to understand the different trade-offs between the 9 portfolios. Again, leaning on the expertise of Charles River Associates, we utilized an integrated 5-step process that started with identifying planning objectives and ended with a preferred plan. This is an industry standard process, and the slide reflects the milestones that were achieved along the way. Here you can see the results of the modeling that was performed by Charles River Associates. There is a legend at the bottom that indicates the boxes with the lighter shading reflect a more favorable result based on the objectives. This chart actually summarizes a large volume of analysis. We actually printed this so that you have it at your chair. I know it's in your board materials, but we felt like having it handy and laminated might be helpful. On the back, you'll see this as well. Here you see the modeling that was converted to a simple scale. Any score separation could have been used, but what was used here are the numbers 1 through 4, with 4 being the most favorable. So the higher the score, the more aligned it is with our objectives. This is a simple reflection of the scores. It allows us to visually focus by taking just the scores from the previous slide and removing the other data. It highlights in blue that portfolios 1, 2, 4, and 9 are the portfolios that most closely align with our objectives. Here's the same information reduced to the 4 most viable. We've pulled the data results from slide 8 so that a comparison between these portfolios can be more easily made. The next series of slides are intended to show the benefits and risks of portfolios 1, 2, 4, and 9. The trade-offs tend to center around reliability, affordability, and our environmental goals. My remarks are not intended to be all-encompassing, but are instead to provide quick takeaways for purposes of this presentation. All the materials, the modeling results relating to this planning initiative are available on our website for your review and further assessment. So Portfolio 1, retires Spruce 1 in 2028, converts Spruce 2 to natural gas in 2027, and replaces needed capacity with natural gas. It offers dispatchable, or what I would say controllable generation. It is less susceptible to extreme weather risk. It will be subject to natural gas price volatility. It does not meet any of the cap targets. And because it does not meet the cap targets, we cannot, in good faith, carry it forward. Portfolio 2, retires Spruce 1 in 2028, converts Spruce 2 to natural gas in 2027, and replaces the needed capacity with a blend of natural gas, renewables, and storage. It offers dispatchable generation. It is less susceptible to extreme weather risk. It incorporates renewables and energy storage. It meets the 2030 cap target. It will require additional mitigation strategies to meet the 2040 cap target. Portfolio 4 retains both Spruce 1 and Spruce 2 through 2040. It offers dispatchable generation. It is less susceptible to the extreme weather risk. Like P1, it does not meet any of the cap targets. And then Portfolio 9 retires Spruce 1 in 2028, converts Spruce 2 to natural gas in 2027, and replaces needed capacity with wind, solar, and storage. It far exceeds the 2030 and 2040 cap targets. It requires a higher volume of market purchases with increased exposure during extreme weather conditions. So balancing risks, costs, and benefits, Portfolio 2 and Portfolio 9 are blended approaches. They most closely align with our planning objectives, and they are executable. P2 is our preferred option because it retains a greater degree of fuel diversity, carefully balancing affordability and reliability while continuing our transition to a lower carbon future. It also retains our experienced workforce to support this transition, and it protects our position in extreme weather conditions. I'll also highlight it is also the portfolio supported by a majority of the RAC members. So as I mentioned at the beginning, there are external factors, many of which are outside of our control, that can impact our ability to execute. These items are listed on the slide, and the slide is full. I won't read them, but it's important to the discussion that we keep in mind the real-world actions that can occur, or perhaps not occur, that would affect our abilities to execute. Additionally, going forward, there are some governance actions that have to occur, and Shanna is going to speak to those now.
Just a quick reminder that when you make the decision on the portfolios, regardless of the portfolio that is selected, at the time when you make a decision to close a plant, you would have to then separately vote to close the plant, make a resolution on that. We would submit all of the paperwork to ERCOT, and ERCOT has the ability to approve or deny that request to close. So I just wanted to point out internally and externally the next steps regardless of the portfolio.
On that point, I just want to add something, and because it's come up, I've been asked by a lot of folks, what's the rush? Why are you moving so quickly to make this decision? Number one, I would contend we've been talking about this ever since I've been at CPS Energy, so, the rush, it doesn't feel like a rush to me. But if we're going to move to close the Spruce unit, or move away from our coal operation, I'd like to do that, with the legislature coming in, to send the right signal to the market. So if the state is going to tell us we can't do it, I need to know that sooner rather than later, because otherwise I'm going to be spending a ton of time and effort and resources putting together a transition plan that ultimately the state's going to say we can't do. So, I think Reed hit the nail on the head. When you're in that position, the more we control how we're going to replace, that capacity, I think that makes it a lot easier sell when we ask ERCOT, to shut these units down. So there's some other stuff going on kind of, around this decision point that the more efficiently the board can give us direction and we can start that process, I think the better for our community to gain some certainty.
Okay, any other questions? Dr. Romero?
I have a few comments. I don't know. I guess I might have a couple of questions. I'll try not to make this too scattered.
I apologize, just a point of procedure. Did we mean to start questions before Kathy finished?
I don't have much. I was going to just say that in closing, our recommendation builds off our history of having a diverse portfolio of resources and helps us to transform our future sources of energy to serve our customers. We appreciate having the opportunity to bring this to you today, and we look forward to the discussion. So here to answer, and we also have an array of team members here that are also prepared to answer questions.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
I'm really glad that that RAC made the recommendation, and I totally respect it. I think even more important than the recommendation is what Kathy mentioned, is understanding the different trade-offs here. And for me, I'm not going to say which one I support. Reliability is really important. It was important to the RAC. It's important to the community. I do believe that the climate crisis is the most important challenge that we have right now. But sadly, I think we're so far gone down this path that we need to be thinking about adaptation more than we think about mitigation, even though mitigation is still really important. And I know that's a sad and kind of controversial thing to say, but I've been reading a lot of the science about this, and in some ways things are so far gone that we really, really need to focus on the extreme weather events. And I just wanted to point out a couple of things because I know this is so much information. Just a couple of things that were said in these slides and that Reed said and that came out during RAC. I think something that's really important for me is on slide 8. If we could go back to that one.
Sorry. I'm using the back. Oh, there we go. Wrong button.
And if you look at P2 versus P9, under the extreme weather exposure sensitivity that we put in there, the percent of CPS Energy consumption that is met through ERCOT market purchases is 3.1% with P2 and 7.9% with P9. That meant a lot to me because reliability to me is in question under P9. And I believe that extreme climate events are going to keep coming, and they're going to be worse and worse every time we come around. We have a couple of months where we cannot think about it, and then we get to the winter, and it's worse. And then we get to summer, and it's worse. And it's not going to stop. And I think it's important, I know the environmental advocates brought up the really important point about trying to monetize the health impacts of these various portfolios. But something that wasn't brought up was the health impacts of the power going out. And I think we all know what those health impacts were in Winter Storm Uri and in other lesser episodes. So that's really important to me. And also the point about that Reed brought up and Rudy just talked about, ERCOT wants reliability if they're going to give us permission to close a plant. And I think that's something we have to think about. Something I think Pat Augustine said, and he's here if he wants to tell me this is wrong, is that in extreme weather, basically the P2, P9 cost flips. And that, so could you come up for a minute? Since you flew all the way here, we'll make you come up to the microphone. Because I don't want to say, oh, P9 is cheaper, but P2 is more reliable. There are times where P2 can actually be cheaper as well. So can you just address that a bit?
Yeah, that's correct. And it might be helpful just to lay the groundwork of that extreme weather scenario or sensitivity. We sampled 1 year, whereas the full analysis here is a long planning period where you're actually running 25 years in the future, and we focus on the first 7 to 10. But we did a sample where we said, what if something like Storm Uri happens again, and we have something like the heat wave of 2011, and we pick a year, 2030, and simulate that single year. So I think to Dr. Romero's point, under normal weather conditions, P9, the cost is slightly lower than P2, as several speakers have already mentioned. But if we look at that extreme weather event and assume it just happens once between now and 2030, the total cost between now and 2030 under the reference case conditions flipped. So as you can see in that third column, we're talking about, I think about $600 to $700 million of impact in that one extreme weather year, and that type of exposure has the potential to flip the ordering in cost. So, as I think Reed said, none of these models are going to predict the future. What we're trying to do is simulate a bunch of different scenarios and different views to give you some perspective. If normal conditions occur, that's where P9 look lower cost. But once you throw 1 year in there where you have really extreme conditions, the cost profile can can flip because of those market purchases in particular.
Okay, thank you. That was something that has just really stayed with me. And just one more thing, just when, it was really helpful for me when Reed spoke in a lot of detail about the increased wind in P9 and some of the issues with reliability and transmission. July 11th was my birthday. And Rudy texted me like 7 o'clock in the morning, and I thought, oh, he's sending me happy birthday wishes. But it was actually to tell me that, remember, that was the hottest day of the summer, and to say that he was concerned there might be rotating blackouts. And I remember you said, we just got to hope that wind's blowing in West Texas. And I kept texting you all day and saying, is that wind blowing? And you say, nope, nope. The wind wasn't even blowing that day, and we still got through it. And it's because of the alternate capacity. And then Reed also talked about the difficulty of getting more transmission lines and talking about eminent domain, which finally for me was something I didn't have to go learn on my own, because I know something about that. And that was a really good point, that there is eminent domain, but it's incredibly slow, and that's a challenge that's happening right now. So specifically, all of that wind concerns me a bit. So I just wanted to say a couple of things to finish up. I would like to see, I don't want to give too much to ask here to staff, but a couple of things that we had to skate through kind of quickly because we just didn't have time to do all this and because it came in late. How we could specifically use IRA, even though I know there's no surety yet for things we might apply for, but how that could, and the mayor had mentioned this as well, how that could impact the P2 scenario. I know it's just been sort of like a footnote with it, like, yes, there's a whole lot more we can do with it, but we just don't know enough about it yet. We're not far enough down that road, but if we could get a little bit more information on that, it would be helpful. I am also all for expanding STEP. Who was the speaker who said that? Sorry. Oh, Dr. Reed, and other people said that too. This has been part of it, that maybe P2 could get to the 2040 cap with an expansion of STEP. Could we have a few more details on how that might happen and how we could possibly make that happen within P2? And then a little bit more minor, but Alan Montmayor, and actually Rudy had just been talking to me about this, about how we could at least, if we are going with more of the natural gas route, how we could go for more guarantees of cleaner gas in the contracts to avoid the methane leaks. That would be something that we could have a little bit more surety on, would be very helpful. I just want to make sure I don't want to talk again, so that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Mayor.
There's a couple of those things I think I could try to skim the top of, and then we can certainly provide more information. And I'll look to Benny and others to back me up here with additional information. On the IRA, I do believe, Pat, that CRA incorporated the IRA into the discussions and into the modeling, but there was limitations to it because the government, the Treasury particularly, is still helping to formulate what these policies are really going to do and how they're really going to work. So I think there's minimally some incorporation into that, but I think that going forward, it is going to be very much a project-by-project assessment, because the IRA would, for instance, allow us for the first time to really have the economic advantage to own renewables, and then based on each project, there'll be an assessment about are there domestic content? There's wages that come into play. So there's a variety of aspects that actually increase that value as well. All things that we are continuing to learn and work with Treasury on as they continue to issue guidance. I'll look to see if there's anything else Pat or Benny want to say on that.
And as he's coming up, yeah, I appreciate that. And I know there was just a small amount for IRA in your estimates, but yeah, I just want to make the point to people that these these walls, it's not like there's these steel walls between P2 and P9. They're permeable, and maybe with IRA, we could bring in some of these big projects that could change P2 in some significant ways.
Yeah, just very quickly, I'll characterize the treatment of IRA as a middle-of-the-road assumption, so I wouldn't say we were conservative by any means. We took advantage of the full production tax credits, the investment tax credits, assuming fair labor and apprenticeship requirements were met. But to Kathy's point, there are other bonuses, there could be other grant programs that could impact some things. So I don't want to leave the impression that we were conservative per se, but I think we were middle of the road, and there's upside opportunities.
Thank you. Mayor?
Sure, there's a lot to say, but I do want to also say thank you to the RAC committee members as well. It's just very good work, and I appreciate the process of determining scenarios and also conditions. I think we would all be a little bit naive to think that we could draw a straight line between point A and point B, and point A is today, and point B is the accomplishment or the achievement of all of our CAP goals. We knew full well when we adopted the CAP as a community that we were laying out goals for which we didn't know how to achieve at the moment, and we're still working on that. So this is a work in progress, number one. I do have a couple of comments, and maybe we can, to help direct maybe the conversation over the month interim before we see this again. The first is kind of piggybacking on what Trustee Romero was saying. I would like to really get a sense of all of these portfolios with respect to reliability and how the risk profile changes the costs. At the end of the day, we're going to narrow down the highlights of each of these portfolios, and that's what ultimately people are going to resonate with. And I don't like the idea that we're going to say perhaps one portfolio is cheaper than the other. At the end of the day, health is real dollars and cents. Reliability and risk profile is real dollars and cents. Ultimately, what we pay for these portfolios is going to be determined by the environment in which we find ourselves. The other thing I'd like to mention, and Reed said this, I saw a comment that he made in the paper, that once we make this decision, we're deciding a direction. He urged us to think more about this plan as sort of an 8-year scenario as opposed to, a life or a generational decision. I appreciate that because we don't achieve our cap under P2 in 2040, and we've got to figure out in the interim how we're going to fix that. And so with respect to the IRA, the way I would approach this is that if we are, number one, have to make sure that if this is an 8-year plan or a plan that at least gets us to 2030, we've got to meet our 2030 objective, number one. But how do we use that as a baseline to set ourselves up for achieving the next benchmark, whether that's 2035 or 2040? We've got to utilize the IRA as best we can to make sure that we are lowering the emissions portfolio of CPS Energy's energy portfolio, generation portfolio, so that we can be in best position to achieve that cap goal. Could you speak to that and your expectations, our expectations as an organization of when we're going to come back to this conversation of generation planning? Do you envision this to be sort of a every 5-year conversation? Are we going to continue to come back to this?
Mayor, I would expect us to have an annual conversation about what's new that we know that might impact our plan one way or the other. I think a 3 to 5 year kind of planning horizon is appropriate. So, my intention is for us to have at least an annual conversation about what's new, and then we can take it in 3-year increments, however y'all want to do it. We can do it. But I will say this, to get to this, was a ton of effort and a lot of money. And so whatever we got to spend, we've got to spend. But I just want to, I'd like to get into execution mode on the things we can execute upon before we start, making some wholesale changes, because that takes a lot of effort too.
Yeah, and I realize that we're sinking a lot of costs in the decisions that we're going to make right now. With respect to the dispatchable gas that we'll be putting in the portfolio, I mean, is that, assuming we need we might not need every megawatt of that capacity, how is that going to work with the rest of the energy mix that we have?
We can get the gas capacity in a number of ways, and I've got Benny and his team, beating the bushes right now on what options we have available to us. I think the conversion of Spruce 2, I need to know that y'all agree with that before we go down that road, but that'll give us, however much time we think the board is comfortable with, horizon-wise, on continuing to run that unit to the benefit of our customers. Our approach has been, we can contract for gas capacity that's available in the market in 5-year increments or 10-year increments, whatever we think is appropriate. And there's a likelihood that there'll be gas plants available for our purchase, just like we bought Rio Nogales. If we wanted to go out and buy a gas plant that's still got some useful life left on it, we could do that as well. But I think, to buy us some time, converting Spruce 2, we have Rio, we'd be retiring our Summers and our Browning units, which are old, and we cannot run them very much longer. So you're automatically going to get an efficiency bump from an environmental perspective by replacing that with combined cycle. So we've got some options that create flexibility, and that's really what our strategy is.
Anybody, any other questions?
Well, Benny wanted to.
You have anything to add?
Well, Mayor, I would just add to your point that I think this is really going to be a regular discussion we're going to have for quite some time. I can tell you that in my world, it's a weekly discussion with Rudy about some of the things we're doing. We've pushed on the IRA, and working with him, we've recently made application for one grant around long-term storage opportunities, getting out there trying to move in front of this evolving technology. As we think about these gas assets that we're talking about today, it's going to take a number of years to build them all out. So what we're doing now, we've got a straw man set up. It's a phased-in approach of the new gas technology. What I will tell you is people are making inroads now in hydrogen technology. They're talking about renewable fuels. These new gas engines today that we can purchase are convertible to different fuels by changing out the fuel systems. So they could be converted down the road if hydrogen, for example, became a viable option here. Also, unlike our old generation, as Rudy said, Summers 1 and 2 they're long in the tooth. They have a higher, they use more fuel to produce energy, and they have to run for extended periods of time because of their startup time. These new engines we're talking about, you start when you need them, you run them up, and then you shut them down. So we'll actually burn less natural gas with these new engines than we do with the older machines. So we are making, I believe, a good move forward. We're laying good groundwork to do just what you'd like us to do, I believe.
Well, I appreciate the staff's work also with the RAC. And I guess my only other question is, how confident are we in the scenarios presented with respect to the total capacity we're going to need in our system? I mean, I've seen dire predictions about, conversion to EV and what we're going to need just to electrify our transportation systems. Can you speak to that a moment? And that doesn't at all give me a lack of confidence in the scenarios. What it would tell me, though, is that there is absolutely room as we move forward under any of these scenarios that we would take every advantage of opportunities in the IRA.
Yes, sir. In terms of forecast, I would ask John Casa to step up and go through the details. What I'll tell you is we've got the best estimate we can have today. We truly believe this is something that's going to evolve, and we're going to have to rely on new technology to help us get there quickly. As I said, the batteries, for example, we're working now with a group on geothermal power as a pilot opportunity. We're going to have to be prepared to move flexibly fast forward. I think Texas, ERCOT, is in the same boat.
Good. Okay, well, my hope as an organization then is, as we choose a scenario, that we maintain as much flexibility as possible to take advantage of new technologies and new opportunities, whether they're through federal legislation or, advancement.
John, would you like to add anything to our forecast as far as 115 megawatts a year growth to include EV growth and just system increases?
Yeah, just briefly, we have an electric vehicle forecast that we include in our load forecast. I mean, we're watching it carefully. We have the Electric Power Research Institute involved with the forecast. A lot of uncertainty there, but we have a healthy amount of electric vehicles that has evolved from residential to now kind of mid-size fleets and things like that. We're seeing that start to emerge, so we're watching that closely. It could, the knee of the curve could bend and increase, or we could still kind of be on the path we're on. So watching it, but very uncertain.
Go ahead. Go ahead, trustee.
So if you go to slide 17. So this is something that I've a number of people have talked to me about. So, other factors on the path forward, and you've got it right in the middle there, but timely approval of individual plant closures by ERCOT. It says ERCOT will analyze grid reliability with each plant closure. And people have thrown around the word veto. Is that the right way to describe it? Is a veto power?
Well, sir, yes.
All right.
They can stop our efforts to shut down a plant. What they do in practice is defer that plant shutdown until adequate generation is available.
I see. And is a plant conversion subject to that same review?
So ERCOT would review, and they would look at our plan, and what I'll tell you is our impact on the market will be minimal because we will do virtually all of the work offline while the unit is online, and we will just have a brief maintenance outage to make the tie-in necessary for the conversion.
Right, so given that ERCOT has this veto power, just what are your concerns in terms of, let's just say that portfolio 2, as we go forward with it, what are your specific concerns?
So once you all, the board, approve our plan to shut down a plant, ERCOT takes that information and then they model the system. And they can come up with revised transmission modifications that are required, that is worked through Richard Medina's team. If we're replacing generation, if we're adding something new, then they take that into account. For example, here in our San Antonio load pocket, if we were to install new generation at the Calaveras site or even the Veronic site, and then we were to go to them and say, we'd like to shut down Summers, I think we're much less likely to have any pushback because there's still adequate generation in our area. And transmission modifications would be minimal to non-existent.
Have you been involved in something like this where ERCOT vetoed it?
Yes, sir. NRG experienced this a number of years ago with their Greensboro facility. And so what ERCOT did was told them they would have to stay online, and then they developed a cost to upgrade the unit to allow it to run a little longer. And ERCOT funded that cost for a period of time, and they started running the unit. I think that it's called a reliability must-run agreement under ERCOT, and it didn't last the full duration. They wound up shutting the unit down early.
Well, there has been talk about this veto. Can I put you on the spot? And is this something you see as a real threat to moving forward on this?
I don't see it as a threat. I see it as a concern we have to manage. If we can get out in front and we can build new generation in advance so that ERCOT doesn't have a concern about reliability in our area, just as we don't, then I think we're in a very good place.
Thank you, Mr. Etheridge.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for all your work on this, too. Yeah.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay. A couple of comments. I know it's been a long board meeting, but I think it's important. Again, my compliments to Mr. Reed and Dr. Trustee Romero for great work. Couple of thoughts. Can you go to slide, I think it's 8. To 8. There's a couple of things that I'm evaluating. I mean, I knew the environmental sustainability was a key component, but the other things that mattered to me were the workforce impacts. I do think it's important to be mindful that CPS is one of the few companies still left in San Antonio that actually pays people a livable wage. And so I think workforce impact is something to really look at. So my question would be on the workforce impact. When you look at 2, we're looking at 170, and then we look at P9, we're looking at 295. Over the years, I've been very concerned about upskilling and then being able to make sure that we have the jobs of tomorrow. And so I just want to be mindful whether, whatever our colleagues choose, that we keep those things in mind, and whether it's 2 or 9, that we do what we can and make sure that we try to minimize that impact to our workforce. The other thing that I'm very mindful of is our system flexibility. I think it's important as technology evolves fairly fast. I mean, case in point, I mean, we just had a breakthrough on, I don't know one likes the word nuclear, but nuclear fusion, we just had a breakthrough in that. So it's just another example as a technologist personally myself that we can, be able to introduce different technologies sooner than later. And so I think remaining flexible is important. I think the other thing that was very important to me was the affordability component as well. We hear it at every board meeting. And so the other things I worry about too, I'm very pro building things in the United States, manufacturing in our country, for a couple of reasons. I'm always very concerned coming from a cybersecurity perspective, supply chain, and making sure what we control. The other thing that really worries me as a mother is that a lot of these countries where we mine these minerals for products that we love so much on the renewable side also destroys other countries, as well as hurts, children who are actually mining these things for $3 a day. And so as we improve things, I'm hoping that through our procurement process, we can also make sure that we incorporate, again, gas that's, again, we heard it many times today that our procurement, maybe we have some policies that we're more, we want more cleaner gas providers and what they can do for the environment. The other thing that I'm mindful for, the fact that we got a compliment from somebody from Austin is a big deal. I think my first year, 90% of the people who spoke at the podium against all the horrible decisions we made were from Austin. And so I'm glad that we impressed them. Frankly, I thought that was a compliment from Dr. Cyrus, and so I really appreciate his feedback today. So those are just a couple of things that I'm considering as I make my vote, and a couple of things that I want you to be mindful about. And thank you very much for all the work.
Thank you. Before we adjourn the meeting, I'd like to thank Reed Williams and Trustee Romero and all the leadership team, Mr. Garza, and all the leadership team for outstanding work, for where we first started to where we're at to now. I think we made a tremendous move on this, and so thank you all for the great work that you all have done on this. And Mr. Williams, I would love to call you because I have a lot of questions, and I look forward to giving you a call and answer my questions before the next board meeting. So I'll text you a time and we can kind of explain some stuff to me because I'm still a little puzzled on a few things that if you could explain them, I'll be okay with it. But I just want to thank everybody for doing an outstanding job. I mean, I just never believed that we would get as far as we have taken up on this right here, with the job that y'all have done. So thank you all for everything. At this time, I'd like to get a motion to adjourn the meeting.
So moved.
Motion by Trustee Romero, second by
Second.
Trustee Gonzalez. All in favor of adjournment, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Now, at this time, Trustee Romero will take over the meeting.
We take a break.
Yeah, I'll take a break. 5-minute break. I just went and took.
It's okay.
That's what I.
Okay, everybody, we need to go back into session. I am calling this meeting, this special meeting of the CPS Energy Board of Trustees convening of the Risk Management Committee into order at 4:50 PM. Ms. Ramirez, can you confirm the quorum?
All trustees are present. We have a quorum.
Staff has already confirmed there is no public comment. And we are moving to item 3, Enterprise Risk and Controls Update. Mr. Tiarina and Mr. Werland.
There we go. Good afternoon, everybody, and appreciate the opportunity to meet with you today for our Enterprise Risk Committee meeting here. And so thank you, Committee Chair Dr. Romero, for kicking us off. I'm going to start by giving some general updates on the Enterprise Risk and Controls team. In particular, if you recall, when we met about 6 months ago, I was up here talking about some of the due diligence we were doing in regards to updating our risk registry. Anthony's going to come up here in a bit and speak more into detail about the process that we've undertaken, but I did want to highlight some efforts that we've been doing here over the last 6 months and what we'll be looking to as we go into the fiscal year 2024 for next year. So the first thing I want to start off with is to give you an update on the program itself. So for the last 11 or 12 months or so, we've undertaken the yearly process of going and updating the risk register. Again, Anthony's going to go into more details around the actual register itself, but a couple things that I want to highlight. We've really spent time here of late benchmarking not only with our industry peers, but as well with some trade organizations around some of the best practices. And I should also mention benchmarking here with internal folks as well, too, that bring a very diverse group of experience and knowledge on the topics as well. And a couple of things that you're going to highlight as you look through the books here a bit are a couple of things. One is we spent a lot of time aligning our risk to the new Vision 2027 document. We've also spent time, as you remember 6 months ago, when we talked about the new categories and the definitions to bring consolidation. And with that consolidation around the definitions and categories, that also brought an opportunity for us to have some realignment around our risk. Now, we didn't eliminate risk per se, but what we did do is we spent some time on consolidating and aligning risk, not only to the vision, but also to the business units where it's the most appropriate for it to live. So the stats you see there to the right doesn't necessarily represent a reduction or elimination, but what it did do is consolidated efforts. And again, this is in the attempt, again, based off some industry trends, in making sure that we're also developing the mitigations and controls to put those risks in an environment where we can track and at the same time work towards mitigating even further. And again, with the priority of aligning back to the Vision 2027 as we know what we're going to be working towards over the next 5 years. Also want to spend some time that we've also been doing a lot of work benchmarking on additional controls around training and the communications we have with our workforce. Here's a couple of the programs that we currently manage or have in flight in partnerships with many business units as we implement throughout the year. Two things I want to highlight is we do have the internal control update and the fraud, waste, and abuse update that are mandatory trainings for all of our employees from frontline all the way up to our president and CEO. We've also worked with our training team to develop some additional trainings that are available year-round to our organization. And one of the things that I want to highlight from the team that they've done in partnership with our people and culture team is we've actually implemented a financial acumen 101 that is a training that is done when new managers are put into manager positions. And so it's a reminder for them around their roles and responsibilities as they take on a new role within management. They have an opportunity to get educated and trained on those efforts. And so again, all in the spirit of making sure that we're communicating effectively and positioning our leaders to be mindful and in a position where they can, call a red flag if needed around kind of the overall financial obligations of the organization. The last thing I want to mention before I hand it over to Anthony, who's going to go a little bit more in depth, is just to give a highlight of some current ERMS initiatives that we have in flight. As you remember, in a couple of committees, we've talked about the ongoing effort around our insurance policy renewals and the success that we've had there, as well as we're getting ready here in the Q1 of next year to have an RFP out for our insurance broker. This is done every so often to bring in a broker that helps us with our insurance policy renewals. Additional things that we'll want to continue to work on, because as you know, risk it's never a done topic. It's always ongoing. Is we'll continue to work with the business units to not only challenge, but to work with them to make sure that we're providing them the right tools and resources as they develop their mitigation plans for the risks that have been identified as high in SWAN. We will continue to work around our evaluations around material and equipment. Many of the topics that you'll see in the register are things that we've been talking about over the last year. So we'll continue those efforts of providing information and resources to the units and helping them mitigate those. And then the last thing I want to highlight is, you've gotten to know Anthony Warland here over the last couple of years as our Director of Risk. Anthony has actually accepted a role internally with our supply chain to lead now our contract compliance group within the supply chain, which is, I see as a big win for us as an organization, knowing that he is now taking his expertise from this group, now going over to supply chain, where we'll have opportunities to work with him closely as we continue to look at our enhancements around all things contract compliance. And then I'm also glad to announce that we were able to backfill Anthony with an internal promotion. So Anna Marie Rangel, who you also met 6 months ago, who's seated here to my right, is now the Director of ERMS. Anna Marie has over 20 years of experience with the organization, both in financial services, operational, and audit. And so we're looking forward to her taking over the role of the team and working with her over the next year as we provide you more information and updates as we meet around this committee. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to Anthony, who's going to walk us through a little bit more in depth around the registry that you see in front of you, and then we'll be ready to take any questions.
All right, well, good afternoon, trustees. Again, as Jonathan mentioned, my name is Anthony Warland, and I'm the former Director of Enterprise Risk Management Solutions. And I will say I did enjoy my time with the risk group. A lot of knowledge sharing, a lot of opportunity to grow. But Anna Marie was someone that joined our team a little over a year ago, and she really took heart to making improvements. So a lot of the improvements that Jonathan talked about and that we're going to continue to talk about are really direct from Anna Marie's engagement and help in our group. So I just wanted to mention congratulations to her. Thank you. Okay, so when we look at what we do as our annual refresh process, we don't do it in a vacuum. It's something that our group really partners with our business areas to help in accomplishing that role. But in addition to that, we provide training. We focus on what the importance of the risk register is. We talk about what some of those new enterprise and emerging risks are. And we talked about that 6 months ago as well with the consolidation of some of those categories. And then we look at assessing each level of risk along with the impact by probability of each risk. And then we report that out to the organization and to the Board of Trustees. And so what you have in front of you is that culmination report of all of that good work that happened throughout the year. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about how we benchmark our risks. And so what we do is we leverage Gartner as our partner. And what they do is they help us to look at risk, not only nationally, but also globally, and really understand are we aligned with some of those key risks that are out there? And so, many of these risks that are on the slide here, as you see, they're all going to sound very familiar to you because they've all been discussed with, the board over the last year, in Rudy's CEO report, in Corey's financial monthly update, also with some of the board committee meetings, and then even in exec session as part of the security update. So as we look to enhance our ability even further, we really wanted to take some time to understand how do we manage our enterprise risk going forward. And it's really looking at a two-pronged approach. So we really wanted to take a look at the connection between internal controls and risk mitigation. And so internal controls and risk mitigation plans should really work together in helping the organization manage risks and really build more resilient type of risk mitigation plans. And so assessing our internal controls environment really ultimately helps us assess our risk. And this, with that understanding that it gives us, it provides us the information that we're needing to use in order to create more effective risk mitigation plans going forward. So what you do is you start with your internal controls. You assess those controls, you assess your risk, and then you understand what are those gaps and how can we further mitigate that risk. And so that's what goes into building a really effective risk mitigation plan. And so next steps, again, we're going to continue our efforts to partner with the business units and really work to develop effective risk mitigation plans and templates. We're going to look to continue, as Jonathan alluded to, in our communication and training efforts, we want to really grow the culture throughout the organization. We're going to continue to support our integrated planning process, which is connecting the dots between our business planning and also our budget teams. And then, continue to partner with our business units on individual internal control assessments. And then also just stay on top of what's going on in the industry, but also stay on top of what's going on in the world. And so continue to leverage that benchmarking and provide those escalation and updates to our management team and to the board going forward. And that does conclude my comments for today, and we're here to take any questions, so thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Committee?
I mean, I understand what SWAN risk is, but not sure if everybody does. Can you elaborate what SWAN risk is?
Sure. That's a great question. So,
because I'm sure they're thinking it, but I'm going to ask the question.
And it has nothing to do with a SWAN, right? So, actually, a SWAN risk is one that we look at which has an extremely high impact, but a very low probability. And so, when we're looking at those risks, we like to characterize those as something that, unfortunately, over the last few years, we've come to the realization is that, we really need to look at SWANs seriously, and because they can occur. I mean, we look back at Winter Storm Uri. I mean, that would be considered a SWAN event. And, as those things continue to, I don't want to use the word snowball because that is something that can happen, but those are things that can culminate and cause risk really to get out of hand. And so, as Jonathan alluded to earlier, is that when we look at our high and SWAN risk, we do work with the organization to create risk mitigation plans for each of those. And so we do take SWAN risk seriously because we do require formal mitigations for those.
I appreciate that because that was going to be my next question. Because when I look at some of these SWAN risks, I'm really looking at some of them that I think are highly probable. So thank you very much for including that. I think when my freshman year, we didn't have SWAN risk in there. So this is again, a really good direction that we're moving into. So thank you.
Any other questions or comments? All right, thank you, and congratulations on the new titles. Given the hour, we are going to defer items 4 and 5, and Ms. Romero says this is okay, until the next meeting of the Risk Management Committee. So we could now have a motion to adjourn.
I'll move to adjourn.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor of adjournment?
Aye.
We are adjourned. Thank you.